अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH।
Ini filo. Wow, bebat siku.
As you can see behind me, this is the result of the latest barrage of rockets fired at our residential communities by Iran. It's continuing the pattern as
I don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma, starting on the 30th of June. Apply now.
Exclusive input on Ahmedabad plane crash probe. Top sources say the black box will be examined in India.
दो बार हमारी ये फ्लाइट कैंसिल हुई है और एयर इंडिया कोई जवाब नहीं देते। अब हम लोग अभी अगली बार से एयर इंडिया में आने वाले नहीं हैं।
Massive crisis hits Air India. Multiple flight reports, technical snags and cancellations. Passengers left stranded. Goa to Lucknow Indigo flight faces mid-air turbulence. 10 minutes after takeoff, pilot regains control, averts major accident. Israeli military says it killed Iran's wartime chief of staff. Israel-Iran conflict escalates. And Prime Minister Modi in Canada to attend the G7 summit to meet Volodymyr Zelensky on the sidelines. Good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking. I'm Nakshita Mishra with you. It's not looking very good as far as the situation in West Asia is concerned. The Israeli Air Force has destroyed more than 20 surface-to-surface missiles last night before they were launched towards the state of Israel by Iran. And now the Israeli Air Force completed several waves of strikes overnight, targeting approximately 100 military targets in Isfahan, central Iran, that is. And as part of the strikes, approximately 50 fighter jets and aircraft identified and struck the missile storage sites, surface-to-surface missile launches that were ready for a launch towards the state of Israel, and command centers where launch squads were preparing to carry out launches towards the territory of the state of Israel. Now, these are fresh videos that we're bringing to you that have been released by the Israeli Defense Forces. Viewers, let's get you more and more visuals that have come in from this conflict between Israel and Iran. Now, this is video number 1. The IDF taking out the IRGC, Iranian Revolutionary Guard command centers. There you have this area of impact in Tehran. These are the spots. Israeli Defense Forces struck command centers belonging to the Quds force of the IRGC. And in fact, video 2, Video 2 is the IAF identified and eliminated surface-to-air missile launch troops seconds before they reached a launcher south of Tehran. The troops were eliminated and the launcher was dismantled, and how, as you can see in that video that we're running right now, that also is from Tehran. Video number 3 now on your screens. Israel's air defense system shot down the Iranian drones, and this after Tehran unleashed a swarm of drones on Tel Aviv. So this is video number 3. You can see the missile strikes. And now the next video shows how the Israeli Air Force identified and eliminated surface-to-air missile launch troops seconds before they reached a launcher south of Tehran. The troops were eliminated. The launcher was dismantled there. High residential buildings being targeted in video number 4 that we are running on your screens. Iranian missile hitting the buildings and affecting the residential areas as well. And the next visual, we are showing you how Israel's precise strikes also annihilated missile launch pads across Iran. This is part of Israel's mission to obliterate the launch pads and other military assets of Iran. And Israel taking down the Iranian UAVs as well, neutralizing the Iranian drones. And then the US embassy in Israel has also sustained minor damages in the Iranian strikes. No casualties, however, been reported as far as the strike at the US embassy in Israel is concerned. The missile struck near the Tel Aviv branch, and it was the concussive force of the missile that damaged the building. We'll just run those visuals of the embassy there that has been affected. Iran, video number 6 shows Iran missile launch troops being eliminated and launchers destroyed by the Israel Air Force. As this is south of Tehran, the visuals coming in from the 16th of June, Iranian missile launch. The launch has been destroyed by the Israel Air Force. These are visuals now we are going to bring you from the aftermath. This is the aftermath, video number 7, aftermath of the Iranian attack on Tel Aviv. And this shows the destruction that has been caused on ground. Missile launch pads blown up, obliterated. Israel annihilating the Iranian launch pads. The Iranian launch pads have been dismantled, and how you can see in that explosion that has taken place in Tehran. And that's why you understand that why, Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister, had said that Tehran is burning. Meanwhile, we have also visuals of residential buildings completely damaged by the Iranian missile strikes, minor damages to US embassy. This is another video that I was talking about just a while back, but we'll also show you how the buildings have been completely damaged by the missile strikes by Iran as well. So we're showing you videos from both the sides, but you understand that what scale of damage has happened in Iran, as Israel has vowed to decimate all the missile launch pads and also targeting the nuclear facilities of Iran as well. And meanwhile, we have some more breaking news coming in right now. Visuals of students being relocated from Tehran. Indian students, remember, have been stranded in this entire conflict, but the Indian embassy has helped them evacuate, and they've asked them to leave Tehran immediately. And many students have been taken to safer places, students being evacuated there. Those are the visuals from the bus. Indian students being taken away in the buses. They have been shifted to a safer spot, a safer location, as there are hundreds of students from India that have in fact who are there pursuing studies. One such student is from Kashmir. My colleague Gazinat spoke to the family of that Kashmiri student who is in Iran right now. Listen in.
Is the daughter of the family who's studying in Shiraz University, and she is the one who's still been stuck there, and I'm joined by her father Nisar.
जी मैम, वो शिराज मेडिकल यूनिवर्सिटी में पढ़ रही है। 2-4 दिन पहले जब ये वार स्टार्ट हो गया बिटवीन इसराइल एंड ईरान, तो वो बहुत डरे हुए थे। तो पहले दिन तो उतने डरे हुए नहीं थे, लेकिन जैसे जैसे वो दिन चढ़ता गया तो वहाँ से भी रॉकेट आ रहे हैं, यहाँ से भी रॉकेट आ रहे हैं। तो वो हॉस्टल में स्टक थे। तो फिर वो क्या करते, यहाँ फ़ोन करते, हम क्या कर सकते थे। फिर यूनिवर्सिटी वालों से कांटेक्ट किया। यूनिवर्सिटी बोलने वाला, आप हॉस्टल में रहिए, आप बाहर मत निकले, हम देखते हैं क्या हालात रहेंगे, उसी हिसाब से करेंगे। तो रात को ज़्यादा जब वहाँ रॉकेट वगैरह मिसाइल चलने लगे तो वो बहुत डरे हुए, सहमे हुए थे। तो फिर उन्होंने हमारे साथ कांटेक्ट किया, हम क्या कर सकते थे। फिर लकीली हम थैंकफुल है इंडियन एम्बेसी के जो वहाँ ईरान में है, उनने उनके साथ कांटेक्ट किया, उनको अपना व्हाट्सअप नंबर दिया, कांटेक्ट नंबर, बोला आप घबराइए मत, हम कोशिश करेंगे कि हालात कैसे रहेंगे उस हिसाब से हम कोशिश करेंगे कि आपको सेफ जगह इवैक्यूएट करेंगे।
तो अभी तक इवैक्यूएशन हुआ है क्या?
आज मॉर्निंग में मेरी बेटी के साथ बात हुई, इंडियन स्टैंडर्ड टाइम 7 AM, तो वहाँ तेहरान में 5 AM थे, तो उनको उस टाइम इवैक्यूएट कर रहे थे वहाँ से सेफर प्लेस। इंडियन एम्बेसी की तरफ से उनका फुल सपोर्ट उनसे मिला, इंडियन एम्बेसी की तरफ से। वो कंटिन्यू इन दोनों उनके साथ टच में थे। वो 3-4 दिन से सोए नहीं, क्योंकि वहाँ उस होस्ट में लड़कियाँ हैं, 80% कश्मीरी है, लेबनानीज, इराकी और भी कई कंट्री की लड़कियां हैं, वहाँ लड़कियों का ही हॉस्टल है वो। तो लेकिन सपोर्ट बहुत ही मिला उनको, यूनिवर्सिटी वालों ने भी सपोर्ट किया, तो एम्बेसी वालों ने उनके
बच्चे जो है वो आपकी बेटी के साथ वहाँ फंसे हुए, कुछ बताया?
वहाँ उसने बताया कि हमारी यूनिवर्सिटी के 200 लड़कियाँ थी। जी जी जी।
All right, in some more news from West Asia and more updates from across the globe on the conflict. The leaders of the G7 nations, Canada, France, Germany, Italy, Japan and the United Kingdom and the United States have voiced their support for Israel and condemned Iran as the primary source of terror. In a statement, European foreign ministers have also urged Iran to return to nuclear negotiations with the United States and avoid escalating conflict with Israel. Donald Trump dramatically left the G7 summit in Canada a day early to rush back to Washington, D.C. with the French President Emmanuel Macron claiming that the U.S. leader was considering the prospect of a ceasefire between Israel and Iran. Meanwhile, Trump condemned Macron's statement by saying something bigger than ceasefire is coming. Remember, he's also called for a National Security Council meeting in Washington, D.C. India has begun evacuating its nationals from Iran amid the escalating tensions between Tehran and Israel. The first batch of 110 Indian nationals who have safely crossed into Armenia will fly to Delhi tomorrow. The Ministry of External Affairs has urged Indian nationals living in Tehran to evacuate and contact the embassy. The military exchanges worsened between Israel and Iran overnight. Israeli strikes hit multiple locations in Iran, including its capital, Tehran. The Israeli Air Force completed several extensive strikes on military targets of the Iranian regime in western Iran. And during the strikes, dozens of surface-to-surface missile storage and launch infrastructure was struck. And in addition, surface-to-air missile launchers and UAV storage sites were struck in western Iran. Iran's missiles have struck deep inside Israel, causing significant damage to key infrastructure. One of the hardest hit sites is the Haifa oil refinery, where pipelines and transmission lines were damaged in the assault. The attack marks a major escalation in the ongoing Israel-Iran conflict, raising concerns over regional stability and the potential for a broader war. Despite the damage, Israeli authorities report no casualties and say that the core refinery operations are still active. Viewers, we show you the footage that depicts the strikes moments ago by the Israeli Air Force on the studios and offices of the Iranian state-run broadcaster IRIB in Tehran. Here's a video from Republic Digital.
شنیدید صدای متجاوز به خاک وطن، صدای متجاوز به صدای حق و حقیقت است. آنچه که ملاحظه کردید، صدایی که شنیدید، فضای غبارآلوده استودیو که شنیدید صدای متجاوز به خاک وطن، صدای متجاوز به صدای حق و حقیقت است. آنچه که ملاحظه کردید، صدایی که شنیدید، فضای غبارآلوده استودیو که شنیدید صدای متجاوز به خاک وطن، صدای متجاوز به صدای حق و حقیقت است. آنچه که ملاحظه کردید، صدایی که شنیدید، فضای غبارآلوده استودیو
All right, viewers, there you have those. That is a graphic that we are playing out right now that helps you understand how the U.S. Air Force jets have been targeting have flown into those air bases. Now, this is United States mobilizing resources. You can see it's flying to the southeast of Sevilla in Spain. And that is the Moron Air Base in Spain. And the aircraft movement there being depicted. The U.S. Mobilizing its assets, its resources. 30 Air Force aircraft have been moved so far, viewers. All KC-135. Remember, because U.S. has maintained all this while that it is not going to do anything here. But we see that it has moved its fleet as well. The U.S. Navy fleet has moved, ship has moved, and you see the Air Force also being mobilized. You have the Strato tankers, old KC-135 Strato tankers being moved. 2 aircraft touching down at the Moron Air Base, more aircraft also approaching Europe. So that's very important to understand how United States is also set for this. And we also have a geopolitical expert from Tel Aviv, Terry Newman, Israeli entrepreneur, live from Israel right now. Thank you so much, Mr. Newman, joining us on Republic TV. Sir, well, this is escalating, and it's, I think, the 5th day of the conflict that we still see strikes happening. In fact, as we speak, there are reports of more strikes that are coming in right now. And there is, of course, when such things happen, there's always the game of information warfare. But I want to understand from you what's really happening. Has Iran stopped its strikes or not? What is the situation in Israel right now?
Good afternoon. Iran is still striking. We had a few hours ago another barrage of ballistic missiles being sent towards us. Israel has, planned this for over 20 years. We have been saying to the free world that a nuclear Iran is something that cannot be accepted. And we are now in the process of removing that threat, both for ourselves, for the region, for India as well, I should say, and for the free world. I think that President Trump has been very wise in effect, letting Israel, as the Iranians call us, the small Satan, do the initial work. He's seen how well we have done it, and now he appears to be joining. And, there are certain areas that we can do by ourselves, but there are certain tasks where we need to be part of a larger coalition. And we can see that the Americans are getting ready to be a part of that if they cannot dismantle the Iranian nuclear threat through other means.
And, also I want to bring your attention to the statement made by Benjamin Netanyahu to an American channel, where he said that, taking out Ayatollah Khamenei is not going to escalate the conflict, but it's only going to end the conflict. So he's once again insinuated that the target can also be Ayatollah Khamenei.
Well, yeah, I think when you're dealing with issues at this level, it's useful to look historically. So, the most similar situation to this was perhaps the end of World War II. And you can take the two examples of the Nazis and of the Japanese. So in the Nazi situation, Hitler committed suicide when he lost all his major people around him. In the Japanese situation, the emperor himself was spared, but he was the one that in the end capitulated and then put Japan on a path that has led to decades of success and building a very, very open, fruitful and wealthy country. So it's unclear as to what will happen in Iran, but what we can definitely say for certainty is that all of the major military people, advisors, leaders around Khamenei have been assassinated. Those that have come into their places are also being assassinated. And therefore, he will have to make the choice of either joining the family of nations and stopping his Islamo-fascist genocidal plans, or he will be removed.
Yes, Mr. Newman, we just also want to focus on Iran's wartime chief of staff that has been eliminated. Ali Shadmani has also been eliminated. And, what Israel is saying that it can reach any target. What military intel chief has hinted at that it's expanding the Operation Rising Lion. How do you see this development? Because he was very close to Ayatollah Khamenei as well.
Iran is a remarkable country of 90 million people. I think sometimes people forget what a large and important country it is. And those people that were, before the Islamist revolution, one of the most advanced countries in the area in terms of education, in terms of women's rights, in terms of science, in terms of technology, have been brutally oppressed now for decades. So you can imagine that the way that Israel is getting to these people in Iran is because there are many people, part of that 90 million, who have risen up against this evil regime in the past that want to see it gone. But Israel's role cannot be to remove the regime itself. That is the role of the Iranian people, and they have been given the tools in a similar way to what we have seen in Lebanon, where Israel was able to deliver very, very serious blows on the leadership of Hezbollah, a major terrorist organization. But it was up to the Lebanese government to then step in and take control of the areas in the south of the country, the same as we've seen in Syria. And now it is up to the people of Iran to step up and take advantage of this moment, because Israel will remove threats to itself and to the wider world, but it cannot get involved in the domestic politics of Iran. That is something for the people of Iran to do themselves.
Absolutely, of course, it's very important to understand the support also that is coming in. But the areas hit by Israel, just stay on with us, Mr. Newman. We are just running that visual to help our viewers understand the areas that have been targeted by Israel. The Israeli strikes in Tabriz, in Tehran, in Natanz. That's the main nuclear enrichment facility reportedly that has been attacked. Qaiman Shah, that refueling plane at the airport, hit. Tabriz is where the explosion happened, near a nuclear research center. So the nuclear scientists have been targeted. The commanders are being targeted, and these are reports of the Israeli strikes between 12th to 16th of June. Talking about Tehran, Parchin military base, the state broadcaster has been hit. The Shahran fuel depot has also been hit by the Israeli strikes, as we are running those visuals to help you understand, because Israel, especially if we talk about Tehran, we've seen dramatic visuals coming in as far as that city is concerned. Now, Mr. Newman, we understand that the Israeli airstrikes also are happening right now as we speak in multiple areas of Iran, but we also understand that how US has also mobilized its own resources, the US Navy or the US Air Force also. Meanwhile, we see that Donald Trump continues to talk about a deal. He just cut short his G7 visit, and he is now going to head that NSC meeting, the National Security Council meeting as well. So what do we expect from here on? What will be United States' role, if you can share with our viewers?
I can't speak on behalf of the United States, but I can certainly point out that the United States have bought a major aircraft carrier, the Nimitz, from Vietnam to the Middle Eastern arena now. They have sent in, I believe it's 28 air refueling planes into Europe. And as you showed earlier, they are sending other aerial assets across from the United States into the European arena. So they want to be ready in the event that Iran continues its aggressive rhetoric in its race to the nuclear bomb. I don't believe that the free world will have a better opportunity than this to remove the nuclear threat. I have to say, I find it sometimes quite alarming at the hypocrisy of certain Western democracies that say we must stop Iran from getting a nuclear bomb, and as soon as we actually do something about that, after decades of warning, they say we have to de-escalate. This is a moment. These moments happen once, perhaps in a decade, in 2 decades, in 3 decades, and we have to make sure that the work is done properly. And I was saying earlier on a different channel that the Nimitz that's being sent in, actually, there's a certain historical irony that this was the same warship, the same aircraft carrier that was sent in 1979 and 80 after the Iranian Revolution to help get rid of the to help those Americans that were taken hostage in Tehran. So I hope that the Americans do what needs to be done, and the nuclear threat will be removed.
Absolutely. Terry Newman, thanks so much for joining us once again on Republic TV with your insights and your views on this story. Viewers, we step into a very short break, viewers, but continue to track more updates from West Asia as the Israeli military has killed Iran's wartime chief of staff. The war is escalating. In the latest, we have Iranian military activated air defenses following a series of Israeli airstrikes as we speak. We'll get you more on that. Also, we will tell you the details from Canada, where the Prime Minister is attending the G7 summit, all set to meet Zelensky on the sidelines as well.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
הנה, אפילו. וואו, בבתי זיקוק.
As you can see behind me, this is the result of the latest barrage of rockets fired at our residential communities by Iran. It's continuing the pattern as we're seeing. Each and every one of these scenes are targeting residential communities, civilians in their homes.
אחרי שקיבלנו את ההתראות בלילה, נכנסנו לממ"ד, המתנו, היה את האזעקה, המתנו.
I don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma, starting on the 30th of June. Apply now.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
הנה, אפילו. וואו, בבתי זיקוק.
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
With technical reasons, sir, would like to stay closer to Hong Kong. With technical reasons, sir, we'd like to stay closer to Hong Kong. Maybe we will come back and land back into Hong Kong once we sort out the problem. We don't want to continue further.
And the actual maintain passenger level advance and able for right turn to Hong Kong.
Able right turn right now in the 315.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Exclusive input on Ahmedabad plane crash probe. Top sources say black box to be examined in India.
दो बार हमारी ये फ्लाइट कैंसिल हुई है और एयर इंडिया कोई जवाब नहीं देते। अब हम लोग अभी अगली बार से एयर इंडिया में आने वाले नहीं हैं।
Massive crisis hits Air India. Multiple flights report technical snags and cancellations. Passengers left stranded. Goa-Lucknow Indigo flight faces mid-air turbulence. 10 minutes after takeoff, pilot regains control, averts major accident. Israeli military says it killed Iran's wartime chief of staff. Israel-Iran conflict escalates. Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Canada to attend G7 summit to meet Zelensky on the sidelines of the summit. Breaking news coming in, viewers. Director General of Civil Aviation is set to chair a virtual meeting with Air India and Air India Express today. Now, this is coming after DGCA's reprimanded Air India over non-compliance of rules related to passenger safety and airline safety checks. DGCA is going to hold this crucial meeting after we are seeing it's been an embarrassing day for both Air India and Air India Express. Multiple cancellations, multiple delays, passengers left stranded. And after that, the DGCA is going to hold this very crucial meeting where and this is coming after they are going to take stock of the situation after multiple cancellations and technical snags that have been reported throughout past 24 hours. Joining me live on this broadcast is my colleague Harsha. Harsha, this is going to be a very crucial meeting today. The DGCA appears to have had it all. They are going to meet the Air India and Air India Express officials, and it's going to be a tough day for them. What more can you tell us?
So, Madhurima, there's an update for all our viewers as well because the meeting is underway. So, the meeting was called at 3 o'clock, and there's a physical meeting, not a virtual meeting. The Air India officials and Air India Express officials have already reached the DGCA office, and there's a first meeting where the DGCA have literally summoned the Air India.
There appears to be a little technical snag over there with Harsha's audio connection, but what she is telling us that the meeting has already begun. It's been an hour since the meeting began, and the DGCA is very serious about this meeting, keeping in mind the fact that it's not a virtual meeting. They have been summoned physically, and
DGCA is taking stock of the situation. It's a serious matter over there. This is the update that Harsha has given us. Okay, moving on, viewers, we're getting more breaking as far as the Air India is concerned. Authorities are investigating the Ahmedabad plane crash, are examining the training records and the supporting documents that involved the dispatcher, along with detailed data of the cockpit's crew, qualifications, of the flight hours, and the recent performance assessments, and they are also seeking. Directorate General of Civil Aviation has initiated a thorough review of the audio reports as well. So this is also another breaking coming in. Viewers, joining me live on this broadcast is my colleague Harsha. I believe Rakshita is joining me from the newsroom. Rakshita, now, after these multiple technical snags that have been reported in the past 24 hours, we have seen that crash that claimed life of 242 people who were on board, and many who were there inside that hostel. Now, the DGCA is taking very serious cognizance after reprimanding the Air India and Air India Express officials. They have also sought that training qualification of those pilots as well who were in that ill-fated Air India aircraft. They're seeking all the details to get to the nadas of this entire crash. Rakshita.
Right, it's very scary, in fact, that the pilot training is coming under lens now. This is one of the oldest airlines that India has, and remember that there were many expectations after the Tatas took over, but it's only going from bad to worse. And now the DGCA, now after 242 people have been killed, we see that DGCA now summons the Air India engineering department head also today. We saw that the engineering officials also rushed to the DGCA office just today, and the meeting has begun with the 171 case and the other Boeing aircraft. The fleet also under scanner. Remember, the checks have been ordered. And if you talk about other airlines, I've interacted with people who are who are in the know-how of aviation sectors in other countries. Those safety checks that DGCA is now ordering, those things are a routine in other countries. It's a sad state of affairs that now all this is being investigated. And yes, there are many things that happen, like turbulence, which is a common thing. It can happen due to weather, but engine failures or the training of the pilots being under scanner, it's an alarming situation. Talking about the preliminary investigation of the Ahmedabad to London flight, it reveals that the minimum equipment list, it was flying with minimum equipment list, that is MEL, and this approval also comes from the DGCA. Now the DGCA also has many questions to answer here, Madhurima, as far as who gave the MEL approval to Air India as well. So both the DGCA also has to answer many questions, and why was there no quality check, no training check up until now? Why is it coming under scanner all of a sudden? Because of course, yes, it is the need of the hour after that biggest aviation tragedy. There is no other option for DGCA to do that. But the fact that there could be questions being raised on the training itself, on the equipment also, that of course speaks volume about how our aviation sector has been functioning, how it could jeopardize the lives of the passengers.
Well, absolutely, Rakshita, because some very tough decisions need to be taken now by the DGCA. They cannot turn a blind eye towards what's really happening. Multiple technical snags, 242 lives cost. Now, moving on, viewers, let us take you through the details of the crisis that has hit Air India. I'll toss it to my colleague Akanksha, who's going to take you through the details. Akanksha, over to you.
Absolutely, Madhurima. Not just one or two, but 6 such incidents have come to the fore in the last 24 hours. Let me take you through the details and the graphics. I would request my team to pull up those graphics on the screen. The first incident took place yesterday as far as Air India is concerned. This is AI 315, June 16, Hong Kong to Delhi flight made a U-turn right after it took off. 9 minutes after it took off, it took a U-turn. Mid-air glitch issue, forces return back to Hong Kong. This was yesterday's Air India technical snag. All the passengers safely deboarded. All the passengers are okay. The inspection of the plane was undertaken by the authorities. Let's take you through another incident that took place yesterday. This is SV3112, June 16, air scare on Jeddah to Lucknow flight. We saw visuals of sparks and smoke coming out from the wheels of this specific plane. This is Saudi Arabian plane, and this in fact took place yesterday. Passengers of SV3112 disembarked safely, but again raises a lot of questions about the quality of the aircraft, because we saw very concerning visuals. The third incident took place yesterday. This is Delhi to Ranchi, Air India flight. Plane makes a U-turn to Delhi over technical issue. Another example of technical issue as far as Air India is concerned. Technical issue reported after takeoff from the national capital. This is Delhi to Ranchi Air India flight. Flight operation resumed after inspection and clearance. So in all these cases, inspection was carried out after these very concerning incidents in fact took place. Now let's talk about what happened today. Air India AI 2493, June 17th, air scare on Mumbai Ahmedabad plane. This happened earlier today is what we're learning. Operational issue delays the flight. Passengers faced a lot of issue as far as this another Air India flight is concerned. It got cancelled over FDTL. This is AI 2493. Let's talk about this fourth case, in fact, AI 180, technical snag on San Francisco to Mumbai via Calcutta flight. This again faced the technical snag that was reported in the left engine. Again, an issue related to the engine, technical snag, delayed takeoff from Calcutta. Again, passengers were stranded at the airport. Now, let's pull up another graphic. This is Air India 915. This was Delhi to Dubai AI 915 flight that got cancelled. Again, the reason was that of the technical snag. It got cancelled from both Delhi and Dubai, and the reason it turns out was again the technical issue in Air India Boeing 787. Very important to highlight this here, because this was the same Boeing Dreamliner that suffered the tragic crash 5-6 days back when 241 people lost their life. Again, the focus is on Boeing Dreamliner 787. Let's now talk about AI 143, Air India Delhi to Paris flight got cancelled. Again, the issue was the technical thing. Hydraulic leak reported in Boeing 787, another 787 Dreamliner aircraft which was operated by Air India suffered this a hydraulic leak in the engine. Now this is the last incident, the eighth and the final one. Air India 159, Air India flight from Ahmedabad to London got cancelled, and again the reason was because of the technical snag is what we're learning. Takeoff cancelled after the technical snag. This is AI 159. In the last 24 hours, not just one or two, 6 Air India flights, Madhurima, faced the technical snag. Back to you.
Well, thank you, Akansha, for that detailed report. Moving on, viewers, we're getting more breaking news at the moment. Air India has issued a statement confirming that flight AI-143 from Delhi to Paris, scheduled for June 17th, has been cancelled after mandatory pre-flight check identified as technical issue. While the issue is currently being addressed, the airline stated that due to night operation restrictions at the Paris, the flight could not be rescheduled and therefore was cancelled. So therefore, once again, this time, which could be one of the very few times when that means Air India agrees to a technical snag. Joining me live on this broadcast is my colleague Rakshita. She continues to stay there at the newsroom. Rakshita, now Air India is saying that there was a technical snag, and which is why they could not fly the Delhi to Paris flight. Now, this was the 6th technical snag reported in the past 24 hours. It does not seem to be going well for Air India.
Absolutely. Even the international flights, especially in focus over here, just getting you more details on that flight. This was a mandatory pre-flight check. He identified the issue which is being presently addressed. And remember, there has been just a few days before the DGCA has ordered mandatory safety checks of all the Boeing, especially Boeing 737 Dreamliners. And in view of the flight coming under the restrictions on night operations at the CDG airport, the flight has now been cancelled. Now, Air India goes on to say that they're providing hotel accommodation accommodation, also offering full refunds, and that's what normally any airline should be doing. Consequently, they say that flight from Paris to Delhi stands cancelled. So the other flight, AI 142 from Paris to Delhi on the 18th of June also stands cancelled. So we understand the effect it has on air travel. The fact that this Boeing Dreamliner has been under scanner, and the technical faults that are being now exposed because of increased vigilance. Now, the fact that we are breaking more and more news about such airlines is because there is more scrutiny now. Had there been no reportage, there been no pressure, with this coverage, these things could be easily ignored, and we've seen passengers who have been reeling under the circumstances. We have seen multiple airlines who just get away with such cancellations and just not explaining as to what really happened. And now you see the way they even issue these statements and bring more in-depth, understanding of what really happened. So the way they are explaining their reasons also behind the cancellation is also exposing that how they have been very much negligent in the past, and now each and every issue, big or small, but there can be no issue that can be anyway dismissed as small, because it could be jeopardizing the security of those on board. So henceforth we see many flights are now under scan, and the mandatory pre-flight checks which should happen worldwide as far as all airlines are concerned, it happens too. Now we see Air India conducting these mandatory checks all the more and with more scrutiny, and henceforth we see these two flights are now cancelled.
Well, thank you, Rakshita, for those details. Moving on, viewers, in fact, like I said, that there have been multiple snags and cancellations in the past 24 hours. Another flight, AI 159 from Ahmedabad to London, was cancelled after a technical snag yet again was reported. My colleague Gopi was there at the Ahmedabad airport, where she spoke to some of very miffed passengers over there. Take a look.
ये फ्लाइट कैंसिल क्यों हुई? आपने कितनी बार ये फ्लाइट कैंसिल हुई है? आप कब आए, कितने बजे आए? आपका परिवार भी आपके साथ आया है, कुछ बताएंगे?
I booked a flight on 14 June because we want to back in London on 14 June. But on the 13th June, I got an email that you have to cancel this flight because of the atmosphere and weather. So they messaged me, emailed me that you have to reschedule a ticket, and on the they emailed me that you have to reschedule on 17 June. I got email on 12 p.m. in the morning that your flight is cancelled. 17 June flight cancelled. So my husband is there on the window, and he's doing that. We want to do new flight, and they are doing.
तो यही सेम फ्लाइट पहले 2 बार और भी कैंसिल हो चुकी है?
हाँ, 2 बार हमारी ये फ्लाइट कैंसिल हुई है, और एयर इंडिया कोई जवाब नहीं देते. हम मैसेज भी करते तो इतना होल्ड होता है, हमको 15-15 मिनट होल्ड रखना पड़ता है, और हमको सामने से भी अच्छा कोई रिस्पॉन्स नहीं आता है एयर इंडिया में से. अब हम लोग अगली बार से एयर इंडिया में आने वाले नहीं है.
हम इधर आए तो बता रहे थे कि फ्लाइट है वो डिले हुई है 3 आवर्स. सो हमको 1 PM की जगह 3 PM का टाइम दिया, और अभी जब टाइम बोर्डिंग का आया, अंदर जाने का आया, चेक इन का टाइम आया, तो वो लोग बोल रहे हैं कि अब फ्लाइट कैंसिल हो गई है. सो वो लोग अच्छे से रिफंड का भी आंसर नहीं दे रहे हैं. हम लोग कॉल सेंटर में बात कर रहे हैं, वहाँ भी कोई भी कॉल रिसीव नहीं कर रहा है, और वो लोग यही बता रहे हैं कि हम आपको 10-15 दिन में रिफंड कर देंगे.
Did they tell you what is the reason behind the cancellation of this particular airplane?
Actually, when we reached here, there are 3-4 persons from the Air India Airlines, and the reasons stated by them are different. There are 3 persons who are here to respond, and each and every person is giving a different reply. One is saying that there is some technical issue. The second one is saying that there is a delay in the flight to reach here from Delhi to Ahmedabad. Therefore, today takeoff is not possible, and other reasons are being stated which are not plausible.
More breaking news coming in, viewers. A high-level multidisciplinary committee formed by the Centre to investigate the recent Air India plane crash in Ahmedabad. And now this committee is going to submit its report within 3 months. Moving on, the centre has also said that the safety checks have been completed of the Air India 787 Boeing Dreamliner aircraft fleet. There are 34 of them, and now center is going to submit a report in 3 months. Remember, this was also promised by Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu during that press conference, that it's going to be a time-bound investigation, because an answer in this entire connection is imperative, and which is why now we are learning that the government is that this particular committee is going to give and submit the report within 3 months. Now we're getting more visuals over there on your screens, viewer. Now this is the visual from Ahmedabad plane crash site, and now this is an exclusive visual that Republic Media Network has accessed for you, as you can see, as to how there are people jumping off the roof over there. This has surfaced, and this shows the aftermath of the massive explosion and devastation by fire caused by that incident. This is a heart-wrenching video circulating on social media. Viewers, this reveals the scenes of chaos with students and staff seen jumping off that building, trying to make an effort to save their lives. So you can imagine as to what would have really happened there, that they had to resort to this, that is jumping off and risking their life in such a manner, because at that time there were no options left. And in order to save their lives, you can see on your screens how these men are helping each other to reach the ground. They are jumping off from one balcony to another, and this has happened. This is the aftermath. So the plane has already crashed in the building at this point. This is the back of that particular building, and you can see these men, they are trying a desperate attempt to save their lives, as you can see, by risking it altogether, where they are trying to help each other by jumping from one balcony to another in order to reach the ground safely. So these are the visuals you can see, viewers. This is the aftermath. This is the aftermath of what really happened. This is the crash site. This is the backside of that hostel that suffered. Now moving on, viewers, in a new incident that has been highlighted ongoing, the language row in Karnataka has come to fore, where an elderly man went into an argument and therefore followed with a clash with a shop owner over compliance of state government's rule for a commercial signboard. Here's a report. Take a look.
ನಾನು ಕನ್ನಡದವನು ಈ ನೆಲದವನು ಕನ್ನಡ 60% ಇರಬೇಕು ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಓಕೆ ಇಂಡಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ
This is India and we are living here. You are nobody to tell me what I have to do.
A fresh language-related confrontation has surfaced in Bengaluru, highlighting the ongoing Kannada language debate. An elderly man clashed with a woman shop owner over the compliance of the state government rules for commercial signboards. In the 44-second clip that has now gone viral, the shop owner accuses the elderly man of torture over English signboard, saying, "This is Kannada land."
ನಾನು ಕನ್ನಡದವನು ಈ ನೆಲದವನು ಕನ್ನಡ 60% ಇರಬೇಕು ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಓಕೆ ಇಂಡಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ
This is India and we are living here. You are nobody to tell me what I have to do.
The man then confronted her, demanding to change the signboard to comply with Kannada language rules.
This man is torturing me to change the board to Kannada. Already my board is having Kannada.
The shop owner insisted that a text in Kannada is already written on the board, but the man continues to argue that the Kannada text must cover 60% of it. The man later threatened the shop owner, saying he will file a complaint against her. In the video, the woman is also seen questioning the elderly man over his request.
Who are you to tell me?
I will public. I Karnataka.
To which he replies that he is a public citizen from Karnataka and has every right to point out the signboard. The Kannada Language Comprehensive Development Act of 2024 requires that 60% of all commercial, industrial, institutional and public signboards in Karnataka be in Kannada, which has previously sparked outrage in the state. The Act also says that the Kannada text must occupy the upper half of the board, with the remaining 40% allowed in any other language.
Moving on, viewers, Ambassador Deepak Vora explains India's balanced stance on the Israel-Iran conflict. With strong ties to both nations, India promotes dialogue and diplomacy without choosing sides. He highlights how India's strategic autonomy, its role as a voice for the global south, and the importance of peace in global affairs. Take a look.
Vande Mataram. My name is Ambassador Deepak Vora and I am Special Advisor in some African countries. We are going to talk today about an issue that is exercising a lot of minds, and I read a lot of stuff in the Indian and international media about the challenge that India's diplomacy faces because of the conflict between Israel and Iran, both friends of India. Let me set this in perspective. We never allow our relationship with any one country to determine our relationship with another country. Chanakya had said something very interesting 2,400 years ago, that my enemy's enemy can be my friend. He did not say that my friend's enemy must also be my enemy. We are friends with both. We compartmentalize our relationship. As far as Israel is concerned, the relationship has a very strong defense component. It has a very strong agricultural component and education and high technology. With Iran, we were major importers of oil, but because of American pressure and sanctions, we do not import oil from Iran at the moment. So that can be ruled out. Anybody who says that we're not going to be able to get oil from Iran and oil prices in India, therefore, will rise as a result of that, is talking nonsense. Essentially, I'm sorry to be rough, but that doesn't make any sense. However, the Chabahar port, which we have invested in and which was to provide an alternative route to Central Europe and beyond, bypassing Atta.
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Wow, we bater esse cu.
As you can see behind me, this is the result of the latest barrage of rockets fired at our residential communities by Iran. It's continuing the pattern as we're seeing. Each and every one of these scenes are targeting residential communities.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Ini filho. Wow, wybate ziku.
As you can see behind me, this is the result of the latest barrage of rockets fired at our residential communities by Iran. It's continuing the pattern as we're seeing. Each and every one of these scenes are targeting residential communities, civilians in their homes.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Republic TV with me, Akanksha Khajuria. West Asia is on the edge. We'll get you more updates on the escalation that has been going on in the last 5 days. But first up, as always, the headlines. Exclusive input on Ahmedabad plane crash probe. Top sources say black box to be examined in India.
2 बार हमारी ये फ्लाइट कैंसिल हुई है और एयर इंडिया कोई जवाब नहीं देते। अब हम लोग अभी अगली बार से एयर इंडिया में आने वाले नहीं हैं।
Massive crisis hits Air India. Multiple flights report technical snags and cancellation. Passengers have been left stranded. Goa Lucknow Indigo flight faces mid-air turbulence. 10 minutes after takeoff, pilot regains control, averts a major incident. Israeli military says it killed Iran's wartime chief of staff. Israel-Iran conflict has escalated. Prime Minister is in Canada today to attend G7 summit to meet Zelensky as well on the sidelines of the summit. Hello and welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Akanksha Khajuria. Let's start the bulletin with the updates coming in from the Middle East. In the wake of the Middle East conflict, several students have been evacuated from Iran. Some of them are students from Kashmir, in fact, who are awaiting their return home as their families await for them. Republic brings you this exclusive report live from, such incidents and such people who are stuck there. Have a look. So a lot of students are stuck in Iran. As many as 10,000 people are in Iran. 6,000 of them are students. Most of them are Kashmiri. In fact, evacuation process is currently underway to relocate them to other parts of the country or to bring them to the Armenian border. And this is the evacuation step that the Indian government is taking as far as bringing people to safer place is concerned. Let me go across to my colleague Zeenat, who brings us the testimonies of such families whose kids are currently in Iran, stuck there. Zeenat, tell us about their stories. Who are these families, and are they worried right now that their kid is stuck there?
See, scores of children are still stuck at Iran, and that have left families worried. The families are moving from pillar to post to get the more information about their kids. Although the communication system is down in the Iran, they're trying the best to get in touch, to know about whereabouts of these kids and how to provide a help. I'm joined by one such family member from Nishat, Srinagar. His niece is stuck in Tehran. पहले तो अपना नाम बताइए और कौन जो है जो तेहरान में फंसे हुए।
जी, मेरा नाम मोहम्मद अयूब है, मैं निशात से हूँ और मेरी भाई की बेटी है वहाँ पर, वो पढ़ रही है, स्टूडेंट है, पिछले साल ही गई है। तो अभी कम्युनिकेशन का जो मसला यहाँ पर अभी हो रहा है, तो उसमें से हमको कल वहाँ उसके बाद बात हुई थी और उसके बाद सुबह अर्ली मॉर्निंग में हमारे साथ बात हुई थी। तो वहाँ से हमको उन्होंने मैसेज दिया कि हम अभी तेहरान से कुम की तरफ गए हैं और कुछ इंडियन स्टूडेंट्स को 110 के करीब लगभग आधों को रशिया में लिया है, आधों को अभी 90 के ऊपर से अभी स्टूडेंट को वहाँ पर स्टे कराया है आर्मेनिया में। तो मैं भी गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया से यही अपील करता हूँ जनाब पीएम नरेंद्र मोदी से एंड एमए मिस्टर जो हमारे फॉरेन मिनिस्टर है एस जयशंकर साहब से, उनके बहुत शुक्रगुजार है कि अभी उन्हें एक्यूएट बहुत सारे रिलोकेट किए हैं बच्चे, उसके लिए उनके लिए थैंक्स कर रहे हैं।
तो अभी जो आपकी नीस वहाँ है कि कुछ फ़ोन पे या कोई मैसेज देके बताया कि किस तरह की डिफ़िकल्टी जो है स्टूडेंट्स को आ रही है और कितना नंबर है कश्मीरी स्टूडेंट्स का जो अभी भी ईरान में फंसा हुआ है?
अभी स्टूडेंट्स के नंबर है वो JNK की, खासकर मैं JNK की बात अभी कर रहा हूँ, तो अब वो 1300 से लेके 1400 स्टूडेंट्स है और अभी उनकी जो कम्युनिकेशन की प्रॉब्लम आ रही है और ऊपर से जो उनकी फूड और वाटर की प्रॉब्लम आ रही है, वो दो प्रॉब्लम है वहाँ। बाकी जो आहिस्ता आहिस्ता भी आई होप कि जो हमारी गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया है वो कोशिश करे कि सब बच्चे वहाँ सेफ से वहाँ दूसरे कंट्री में शिफ्ट कर सकते हैं।
तो अभी जो है कम्युनिकेशन जो है काफ़ी डाउन है, फ़ोन कॉल्स नहीं लग रहे, ना वहाँ से है ना यहाँ से कम्युनिकेशन, तो इसमें किस तरह से आप लोग अपने आप को अपडेट कर रहे हैं? जो फैमिलीज़ आपके इन टच है तो वो किस तरह से जो है कम्युनिकेशन का प्रोसेस चल रहा है?
अभी आप देख सकते हैं जो कम्युनिकेशन डिपेंड्स, अभी सब जो है वो कम्युनिकेशन पे डिपेंड होता है हर जगह। आप किसी भी चैनल से देखिए, इंटरनेट पे डिपेंड है सारा। अभी हम बीच बीच में जब भी हम बीच में ट्राई मार रहे हैं, कभी वहाँ से भी वो कॉल करते, खाली जस्ट 5 मिनट्स वो टॉक होती है, उसके बाद कम्युनिकेशन नहीं होती है। वहाँ पर भी बैड नेटवर्क है। उनकी जो अभी वहाँ की एयर स्पेस है वो भी उन्होंने बंद की है। अभी टेक्नोलॉजी का दौर है तो ये डिपेंड्स होता है कम्युनिकेशन पे।
तो अभी जो आपकी नीस ने जब लास्ट टाइम बात की थी तो कुछ बताया था कि किस तरह का डिस्ट्रक्शन हो रहा है, कहाँ क्या हुआ है, और उन्होंने अभी तक अपनी आंखों से क्या देखा?
2 दिन पहले उसने बताया जब फर्स्ट डे वहाँ पर बहुत से अभी यूनिवर्सिटी पे भी वहाँ हमला हुआ था, उस टाइम ड्रोन हमला हुआ था और बॉयज़ हॉस्टल पे भी वहाँ हमला हुआ था। उसमें लगभग हमारी जो इन्फॉर्मेशन आई थी फ्रेंड से या मीडिया थ्रू से, तो वहाँ पर कश्मीरी के 2 बच्चे इंजर्ड हुए थे। तो उसके बाद
इंजर्ड हुए थे किस यूनिवर्सिटी के स्टूडेंट?
वो तेहरान की यूनिवर्सिटी में बॉयज़ जो हॉस्टल है, बॉयज़ हॉस्टल में, उसमें हमारे यहाँ के MP रोला आगा साहब, हम उसके बड़े शुक्रगुजार हैं। जो भी वो उनके साथ कम्युनिकेशन उनकी बहुत अच्छी है ईरान के साथ, तो वो बीच बीच में हमारे ट्विटर पे वो मैसेज सेंड करते हैं, डिमांड करते हैं क्या क्या है वहाँ पर हालात।
अभी जो है कि कुछ आइडिया है कि जो कश्मीरी स्टूडेंट जैसे आर्मेनिया की तरफ लेके गए हैं, कुछ कोम में कल स्टे करवाया है, तो कितने कश्मीरी स्टूडेंट्स है और ओवरऑल इंडिया का कितना नंबर है जो अभी भी फंसा है?
अभी मेरे ख्याल से ऑल ओवर इंडिया की बात करेंगे तो वहाँ से तकरीबन 15,000 से 16,000 बच्चे वहाँ पर ऑल इंडिया के हैं। अभी कम से कम उन्होंने 10,000 से ऊपर बच्चे वहाँ से निकाले हैं। हम उसके लिए अप्रिशिएट करते हैं गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया को कि उनके बच्चे इतने बच्चे वहाँ से वो सेफ निकल गए हैं, उसके लिए हम अप्रिशिएट करते हैं।
अभी तो एयर स्पेस बंद है तो घर आना तो नामुमकिन है, तो ऐसे किस तरह से देखते हैं इस तरह के चैलेंजिंग पीरियड को और आगे क्या स्ट्रेटजी है पेरेंट्स की तरफ से?
अभी लगभग अभी बहुत सारे कंट्रीज जैसे USA है, अभी रशिया है, चाइना है, दूसरे कंट्रीज है, सऊदी अरब है, इंडिया, हमारा इंडिया है। तो अभी हम आपस में ये बातचीत करते हैं कि सीज फायर होना चाहिए। अगर सीज फायर हुआ तो अभी मेरे ख्याल से उन बच्चों को अगर एक वीक के लिए आया, 10 दिन के, जब तक सीज फायर हो जाए, आर्मेनिया एक कंट्री है, अजरबैजान है, अफगानिस्तान से, जहाँ से बॉर्डर हमको दूसरे कंट्री से मिलते हैं, जहाँ हमारे रिलेशंस बहुत अच्छे हैं इंडिया के साथ, उनके साथ वहाँ रख सकते हैं। उसके बाद उनको एक्टिवेट दोबारा वहाँ से उनको, क्योंकि एग्जाम्स भी आ रहे हैं उनके, तो वो अच्छा रहेगा, लेकिन वो सेफ होने चाहिए पहले दूसरी कंट्री से। जब तक सीज फायर नहीं हुआ अभी हमारे को भरोसा नहीं है कि क्या हो जाएगा, अभी डिपेंड है इसराइल और ईरान पे।
So the parents are looking for ceasefire between the two countries so that evacuation is done, and also the parents are worried because the exams are near.
Absolutely, families there demanding that their family members in Iran should be moved to a safer place. Thank you, Zeenat, for getting us that ground report. Now, shifting our focus, in fact, we have breaking news coming in. Israeli Air Force has completed several extensive strikes on military targets of the Iranian regime in western Iran. During the strikes, a dozen of surface-to-surface missile storage and launch infra was struck. In addition to this, surface-to-air missile launchers and UAV storage strikes were also struck in western Iran. And the visuals of that you can see on your screens. IDF, that is Israel Defense Forces, has destroyed the Iran military targets. They have targeted the nuclear facilities there. They have also targeted several top military officials as far as Iran is concerned. We are witnessing escalation in West Asia. It continues to be on the boil. In the last 5 days, we have seen attack and counter-attack coming in from Iran and Israel. Iran has also launched several attacks on Israel, destroying their buildings. Several people there as well losing their life. So this escalation continues as far as West Asia is concerned. In the visuals, you can also see the Israel and Iran war exploding. On the visuals, you can see these are the areas where Israel Defense Forces have launched their attack as far as Iran is concerned, be it military bases or the nuclear facilities, the oil depot in Iran is concerned. And they have, in fact, issued and released these videos that you can see on the screen right there. And this is coming even as the G7 summit is going on. Remember, earlier today on the right side of your screen, you can see Donald Trump, President of United States, cutting short his visit for the G7 summit. He had to head back for a very crucial meeting as far as Israel and Iran conflict is concerned. So it definitely seems that the conflict is now escalating with both sides launching attacks on each other. Now, viewers, let's get you more visuals from across Iran and Israel as far as this conflict is concerned. Let's get you those videos there on the screen. As you can see in the visuals, what IDF has said that they have killed one of their top military officials once again. You can see there on the visuals, Israel Air Force has hit the Tehran air base as well. So be it airport in Iran, nuclear facilities, military bases, their residential buildings as well. So these have been attacked by Israel. You can see there on the map as well, Israel is quite far from Iran. And these missiles have been launched in Tehran at several locations, be it Tabriz, Natanz, where the main nuclear facility is. And these are the visuals that IDF has released that we are showing to you on the screen. Several places there attacked by Israel. Now let's show you more videos as far as this conflict is concerned. This is a video of IDF taking out attack on Iran. Now let's have a look at this video of Israel destroying the missile launcher troops as well. And this is the video that has been released by Israel military forces. There they are destroying the missile launch troops, as you can see on the screen. Big blast there, and the video on your screen completely shows how this escalation has only grown. Meanwhile, these are the visuals from the aftermath of the Iran attack on Tel Aviv. These are the visuals of just 2 days back when Iran launched an attack on Tel Aviv. Several places, buildings were destroyed. They caught fire. There was damage that was reported in Tel Aviv area as well. Jerusalem was also a place that was attacked by Iran. Now, look at this video as well. These are in fact, high-rise residential area being targeted, and these are the visuals coming in from Tel Aviv. We've been seeing these visuals from the past 5 days. Several deaths have been reported, is what we are learning. Several high-rise buildings have been targeted by Iran. Now have a look at this visual. This is a visual of Israel taking down Iran UAV. Israel has neutralized Iranian drones, and they have released these footages to show the world how much damage they have incurred on Iran. They have neutralized their drones as well, and these are the visuals that we can see on the screen of Iran, in fact, targeting the Israel targeting the Iran UAVs. Now let's have a look at video number 6. These are the visuals of Iran missile launch troops being eliminated. Another video released by Israel Defense Forces. As you can see in the visuals, Iran missile launch troops being eliminated, and a big blast there that we can see on the screen. Now let's have a look at video number 8. Israel's precise strikes have also destroyed the missile launch pads across Iran. This is the part of Israel's mission to obliterate launch pads and other military assets of Iran. Big blast we can see there as well. As far as Iran is concerned, several big and main areas, including the nuclear facilities, have been attacked. And this is last video that we are going to show you. This happened yesterday when the US Embassy in Tel Aviv received minor damage, but there was no casualty that was reported. The missile struck near the Tel Aviv branch, and it was the conclusive force of the missile that damaged the building. There was shattered glass on the floor. There was minor damage, no casualty reported so far, and this comes amid the threat by Donald Trump as well that if any US assets are attacked, then Iran will face the wrath. All right, so we have another breaking news coming in. Iran has reportedly launched a missile strike targeting an Israeli military intelligence logistics center near the Gilot base close to Tel Aviv. According to the Iranian sources, several missiles were launched from Iran, and successfully they have struck in Tel Aviv, marking a significant escalation. And we are showing you visuals of, in fact, that attack that took place. Remember, Iran attacked the US Embassy yesterday, and today we are seeing the new attacks and further escalation. Now let me go across to Dan Pfefferman, who is live from us from Tel Aviv. Dan, thank you for speaking to Republic TV. We are learning that after the attack on US Embassy yesterday, today Iran has attacked new places as far as Israel is concerned. How would you assess this, and how do you believe that this is the escalation is only growing each and every day?
Actually, I see it the other way. I see the Iranian regime going quite desperate. From what the sources we're seeing is that Israel has managed to neutralize or take out some 40% so far of Iran's ballistic missile capabilities. The regime is desperate. Senior leaders are being assassinated one by one in the military and IRGC. Regime officials are under increasing pressure. Their military infrastructure is under increasing pressure. The nuclear infrastructure is under increasing pressure. So they are really doing what they can. And from what we see also, they're growing quite desperate and seeking a way out of this via the United States.
Absolutely, fresh escalation that we can see there in the visuals as well. And this is also coming at a time, Dan, when a G7 summit is going on. In fact, earlier today, Donald Trump cut short his visit as far as Canada is concerned. He has gone back for a very crucial meeting. And he has said that this is not about the ceasefire. This is about something bigger. How do you see the involvement of the United States as far as this entire escalation is concerned?
It's a bit of a breath of fresh air, seeing the lack of moral courage or clarity over the last year and a half on the war against Hamas. It's refreshing to see the G7 countries led by the United States here very clearly taking a clear stance supporting Israel's strikes on Iran. I think the fact that Israel has been successful in doing this in a pinpoint manner against regime installations and nuclear facilities helps. The fact that there's very little civilian collateral damage. But it's clear to the international community, has been for many, many years, that this is a regime that is the engine of all radicalization in the region, and it cannot be allowed to have the world's most dangerous weapon, nuclear weapons. And so there seems to be support for Israel's strikes, something that the world supports but could never do themselves. And I think we're going to see the United States and hopefully the G7 countries, but really led by the United States, pushing the Iranian regime to accept what is essentially surrender. And they're going to need to give up this nuclear program. And actually, I think we're going to see a lot more demands. The pressure is so strong right now on the Iranian regime and the entire leadership infrastructure that we're going to be in a position for the West here and for the international community to make much stronger demands in exchange for the regime's survival.
I also want to get your perspective on the G7 statement that has come. In fact, they have not come out in support of Iran but Israel. They have said that Iran is the principal source of the regional instability and terror. We have been consistently clear that Iran can never have the nuclear weapon. How do you see the G7 countries coming together against Iran?
It's absolutely crucial, and it's a reflection of reality. I think that's absolutely accurate. Iran, the Islamic Republic of Iran, this regime has been the main engine of instability and radicalization in the Middle East, certainly for the last 20 years. And the fact that they have almost without impunity continued to de-radicalize, attack Israel, attack different moderate or stable regimes in the region, trying to radicalize, trying to promote proxy groups and terrorist groups, and also trying to radicalize a lot of what we see in the West as well, and in different parts of the world. And so it's refreshing, and I think it's encouraging to see such a clear statement from the G7 countries that they can no longer accept this behavior from the Iranian regime, and that they're getting behind the act that Israel undertook.
One more question before I let you go. How do you see this escalation panning out, at least in the coming week? Because in the last 5 days, we have only seen that the escalation is only growing. There have been attacks and counterattacks from Iran on Israel. Several people have lost their life. Where do you see this go in the coming week?
Yeah, I think Israel's strikes over the last 5 days have been an absolute masterclass in how to conduct such a military operation, something the world long warned was never possible with a regime such as Iran. And you can see the combination of intelligence superiority and technological superiority and aerial superiority by Israel over Iran, in that over the course of the last 5 days, they've really, I don't want to say quite brought down Iran to its knees, but very close to it. The pressure is building. So we're not going to see an escalation. I think you're going to see a desperation from the side of Iran. You see their capabilities being degraded day by day by Israeli airstrikes, cyber strikes. I won't be surprised if you see more surprises from within Iran. It could be proxy groups or dissident groups. You saw already Iranian cyber groups taking action against the SEPA bank, which transfers and facilitates a lot of finance for the IRGC and for the regime. I think you're going to possibly even be seeing, as the regime gets more degraded and as more senior leaders and infrastructure are taken out or neutralized, you could even be seeing uprisings among the Iranian people who have been the main victims of this regime for the last 50 years. And you could see the regime itself be in serious existential threat. Who knows? We might even see a scenario just like Assad boarded a plane to Russia. You could see a scenario, and we have seen requests by senior Iranian leaders asking for Russian assistance to secure their potential escape. So it could go even as far as that. I don't want to say that's what's going to happen yet, but that is an increasing possibility as the success of the Israeli strikes and the Israeli intelligence penetration becomes even more clear over the coming days.
Remains to be seen how it pans out in the coming weeks. Thank you, Dan, for all the details, and thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. In fact, we have these fresh visuals coming in from central Israel showing aftermath of the area hit early in the morning today. Following the Iranian missile strike, you can see that the emergency crew is there on the ground assessing the situation. They are taking stock of the situation. Rescue services were seen putting out the fire on Tuesday morning. We got to know that there were Iranian strike in central Israel. This is quite close to the Tel Aviv area. The Iranian missile have struck on central Israel. Rescue services were putting out fire since morning. Emergency crew is there on the screen as well, taking stock of the situation. Well, the leaders of the G7 nations, Canada, Germany, Italy, Japan, the United Kingdom and United States have voiced their support for Israel and condemned Iran as the primary source of terror. In a statement, European foreign ministers have also urged Iran to return to nuclear negotiation with the United States and avoid escalating conflict with Israel. Donald Trump dramatically left the G7 summit in Canada a day early to rush back to Washington with the French president, claiming that US leader was considering the prospect of a ceasefire between Israel and Iran. Meanwhile, Donald Trump has condemned Macron's statement by saying that something bigger than ceasefire is coming. India has started evacuating its nationals from Iran amid the escalating tensions between Tehran and Israel. The first batch of 110 Indian nationals who have safely crossed into Armenia will fly to the national capital tomorrow. MEA has urged Indian nationals living in Tehran to evacuate and contact the embassy as well. The military exchanges worsened between Israel and Iran overnight. Israeli strikes hit multiple locations in Iran, including its capital, Tehran. IAF completed several extensive strikes on military targets of the Iranian regime in western Iran, and during the strikes, dozens of surface-to-surface missile storage and launch infra was struck. In addition to this, surface-to-air missile launchers and UAV storage sites were also struck in western Iran. Iran's missiles have struck deep inside Israel, causing significant damage to the key infrastructure there. One of the hardest hit sites is Haifa oil refinery, where pipelines and transmission lines were damaged in the assault. The attack marks a major escalation in the ongoing Israel-Iran conflict, raising concerns over the regional stability and the potential for a broader war as well. Now, despite the damage, Israeli authorities report that there is no casualty and say that the core refinery operations are still active. And with this, we're taking a very short break. Coming up on the other side, Goa-Lucknow Indigo faces mid-air turbulence 10 minutes after the takeoff. Pilot regains control and averts a major accident. This and much more on the other side. Stay with us.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
Wow, we bateu esse cu.
As you can see behind me, this is the result of the latest barrage of rockets fired at our residential communities by Iran. It's continuing the pattern as we're seeing. Each and every one of these scenes are targeting residential communities, civilians in their homes.
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ गुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबां में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबां केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Ini Philo. Wow, we got this cool.
As you can see behind me, this is the result of the latest barrage of rockets fired at our residential communities by Iran. It's continuing the pattern as we're seeing. Each and every one of these scenes are targeting residential communities, civilians in their homes.
אחרי שקיבלנו את ההתראות בלילה, נכנסנו לממ"ד, המתנו, היה את האזעקה, המתנו.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good evening, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking. I'm Rakshita Mishra with you, viewers, and we get you all the latest updates on the war in West Asia. Latest updates coming in on Republic TV and more insights on that. First, the headlines at 5. Exclusive input on Ahmedabad plane crash probe. Top sources say black box to be examined in India.
2 बार हमारी ये फ्लाइट कैंसिल हुई है और एयर इंडिया कोई जवाब नहीं देते। अब हम लोग अभी अगली बार से एयर इंडिया में आने वाले नहीं है।
Massive crisis hits Air India. Multiple flight reports technical snags and cancellations. Passengers left stranded. Goa to Lucknow Indigo flight faces mid-air turbulence. 10 minutes after takeoff, pilot regains control, averts a major accident. Israeli military says it has killed Iran's wartime chief of staff. Israel-Iran conflict escalating. Prime Minister Modi in Canada to attend the G7 summit to meet Zelensky on the sidelines of the summit. All right, we start with breaking news coming in from West Asia. Now, Iran has said that it has attacked Israeli military intelligence logistics center near Tel Aviv. That is the breaking news we have right now. Iran reportedly has attacked Israeli military hub, the Israeli military intel center. That's the big breaking news we have right now. In fact, there are reports of coming in that it has hit the Mossad headquarters as well. These are only reports coming in. That's what Iran is claiming. But the situation, viewers, is only escalating. And we'll try and get more details from Jerusalem, from Tel Aviv, because this is the video that we have that we are getting to you. We have Yeshaya Rosenman, senior journalist, joining us live from Israel, Jerusalem. Now, Yeshaya, we see dramatic visuals coming in from Israel as well. In the latest, Iran is claiming that it has attacked Israeli military intelligence logistics center as well, and also the Mossad headquarters.
Hi, good afternoon from Jerusalem. So, to be honest, I don't have confirmation of this yet. Both the military intelligence and the Mossad headquarters are in the vicinity of Tel Aviv, a place called Glilot, and it's unclear yet. There is no confirmation as of yet what has been hit. A missile has hit in the vicinity. There was also a big movie theater there, so it's unclear yet what has been hit.
What is the situation right now? What we understand that Israeli airstrikes also continue over Tehran and several other areas, and Iran also continues to fire ballistic missiles.
Yes, so Israel has achieved complete aerial superiority over Western Iran, taken out all the air defenses. Israeli planes and drones circle constantly over Iran for surveillance and to hit sites. Beyond ballistic missiles have been coming in every night. Usually they are at night because liquid fuel missiles take a long time to arm, and Iran wants to do it without them being detected, so they shoot ballistic missiles at night. Every night they have been coming in. There have been hits in the greater Tel Aviv area and Haifa up north. Yes, so people are going to the shelters in the middle of the night. It's very unpleasant and causes anxiety. But it's quite clear that Israel has hit much more high-value targets within Iran, and and many of them, a far greater number of them.
Right, and the fact that Israel claims it has also removed the military chief, the top one of the top commanders, the senior commanders of the IRGC, and many such on target as well. Also to understand that Netanyahu made it very clear that even they could expand the operation to the Iranian leadership as well. That eliminating Ayatollah Khamenei could just end the conflict instead of escalate it. So, what are you understanding as far as that is concerned?
So the Iranian state has a dual structure of the government, which is appointed by the supreme leader, and the Revolutionary Guards. They have their own parallel government. So Israel has already eliminated a large number of Revolutionary Guard top brass and also military figures. At this point, the most recent developments have been cyber attacks, Israeli cyber attacks on Iranian banks and other installations. It's unclear if and when Supreme Leader Khamenei is will be targeted, and what the result of that will be. At what stage the Iranian people will simply revolt against the regime. Will the Americans join in bombing, given that America has far greater, much more powerful firepower? It's unclear. These are developments that we will see in the coming days.
Yes, Yeshai, just stay on with us. There's another breaking update that we are tracking right now. Viewers, Iran has demanded action from the United Nations Security Council now to stop what it calls Israel's war of aggression. So once again, we see that Iran is demanding the condemnation and also appealing that Israel must be held accountable for the strikes. Yeshaya, I would come to you on this as well. Iran continues to say that it is aggression, it is war of aggression from Israel, that it continues to hit its civilian targets. More than 200 have lost their lives, that Iran has said. But what is what do you understand as far as the geopolitical support for Israel is concerned? Because the United States earlier had this stance that it did not know about the strikes. Later on, it went to, it in fact demonstrated that its own resources are being mobilized. We see the U.S. Navy and Air Force also being mobilized to different air bases as well. And now we see Donald Trump cutting short his G7 summit trip, and he comes back, chairs a meeting, also talks about a real deal between the two countries. What do you make of the support, and what could be next as far as Israel's operation is concerned?
Yes, so the great Western powers all came out supporting Israel. Britain, even France, which is usually not supportive of Israel, came out supporting us. United States has given full support so far. Donald Trump has been threatening Iran militarily, mobilizing forces. America has veto power at the Security Council, so any threat of Iran at the Security Council will obviously be vetoed. And the only countries that have come out denouncing us are Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, UAE, both for tactical reasons, Saudi Arabia and Pakistan for public opinion. And I believe there was one more country, but as a rule, we have the countries that are important for Israel are all on our side, the great Western powers, and of course, Prime Minister Modi has issued a very cautious statement in line with Indian diplomatic tradition, on one hand supporting Israel, on the other hand calling for peace, regional peace and stability. But it is clear that India is also supportive of Israel and opposes revolutionary violent activities of the Iranian regime. That is a long-standing Indian policy as well.
Before that you go, Yeshaya, we understand that this is only escalating day in and day out. We see that the attacks are only getting intense from both the sides. What is really next, given the fact how there is evacuation on a large level, a massive level that is happening in Tehran as well? What really is going to happen next from here on?
It's clear to me that a full victory means toppling the regime in Iran. Netanyahu is openly speaking about that. Trump is giving veiled threats about that. So the question is, how to achieve that? In other words, if America joins in the battle, they can bomb, for example, the nuclear sites at Fordo and Parchin, which are deep underground, under 70 to 90 meters of rock. So America can bring in greater firepower. But I would be very surprised if America brings boots on the ground. But the question is, if the 100% complete victory would be toppling the regime, how is that to be achieved? I don't know.
Right. Yeshaya Rosen, thanks so much for joining us from Jerusalem with those updates coming in from ground.
Welcome.
Right, viewers, we now show you what US President Donald Trump's reaction has been. It's a sharp escalation of rhetoric, and US President Donald Trump says that he's looking for something better than a ceasefire in the raging Iran-Israel conflict. Speaking aboard Air Force One, he dismissed reports of rushing back from the G7 summit to broker peace, saying that what he wants is an end, a real end, not a ceasefire. Listen in.
Right now, we're doing pretty well. Remember, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. We don't have to go too deep into it. They just can't have a nuclear weapon.
What was the thinking on the call for Tehran to evacuate? Is there a threat or is there incoming? What was the thinking on the full evacuation?
I want people to be safe. And that's always possible. A thing like that could happen. I just want people to be safe. Right now, we're doing pretty well. Remember, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. We don't have to go too deep into it. They just can't have a nuclear weapon.
What was the thinking on the call for Tehran to evacuate? Is there a threat or is there incoming? What was the thinking on the full evacuation?
I want people to be safe. And that's always possible. A thing like that could happen. I just want people to be safe.
Now, viewers, the conflict in West Asia dominates the G7 summit that is happening in Canada. And now we are going to take a look at the analysis where the Arab nations moving forward to rapprochement, including with the Palestinians. The only way to block the understand is that Iranian influence has to be blocked and has worked relentlessly to undermine the peace process. We'll get you more analysis on that in this report from Republic Digital.
Let's talk about de-escalation. You want to de-escalate? I tell all the leaders of the G7 now, who are convening in Canada, you want to de-escalate like we want to de-escalate? You want to de-escalate? Get the nukes out of Iran's hand. That's all there is to it. It's all very simple. Escalation means rushing to the bomb. Escalation means attacking us with missiles from all over. That's escalation. If you want to change the reality in the Middle East, with Israel and many, many Arab nations moving forward to rapprochement, including with the Palestinians, the only way is to block the Iranian influence. Because the Iranian influence has worked relentlessly to undermine any peace process, relentlessly to undermine any rapprochement between Israel and the Arab world, relentlessly, and they threaten leaders, and they radicalize, and they go to revolutions, and they use other proxies as their basis against Israel and against the United States and Western forces because they want to seek dominance in the Middle East.
אנחנו פגענו בתחילת המלחמה בכוח, בעצם בבחירי המדענים. עד עכשיו חיסלנו 10, עוד היד נטויה, יש כמה שעוד נשלים אותם. אנחנו פגענו במתקן הגרעין העשרה המרכזי של איראן, נתנז, פגיעה קשה מאוד. אנחנו פעלנו נגד והשמדנו תעשיות ייצור צנטריפוגות. אני פשוט מקריא, מתקן המרת אורניום, שהוא חיוני לפריצת נשק לגרעין, גם בו פגענו, ועוד היד נטויה, אנחנו ממשיכים להשמיד מטרות גרעין באופן שיטתי.
Il y a deux choses. La première, le président s'est exprimé il y a quelques minutes pour dire qu'il y avait des discussions qui étaient en cours, ce qui est une bonne chose. Et donc, si les États-Unis d'Amérique peuvent obtenir un cessez-le-feu, c'est une très bonne chose. Et la France le soutiendra et nous le souhaitons. Qui se font contre des infrastructures énergétiques, administratives, culturelles et encore plus contre la population civile cessent. Rien ne les justifie, rien. Et elles sont, elles, absolument intolérables.
Well, it is really important that we focus on de-escalation because the risks of the conflict escalating are obvious across the region and beyond the region. The impact that this could and probably will have on Gaza, which is a tinderbox, and of course the impact on the economy. That is why at the G7 there's such a focus on de-escalation. That'll be an intense discussion for our talks today, but we have to find a way to de-escalate this situation, notwithstanding the concerns that we all have about the nuclear program. There's no doubt about that. Notwithstanding, we all accept Israel's right to self-defense, of course, but there must be de-escalation, and that will be the central focus of much of the discussion today.
Israeli claims of surgical strike is false and misleading. In contrast, it has launched a campaign of unlawful and indiscriminate attack targeting civilian infrastructure in Iran. Civilians were killed. Homes, hospitals, and other civilian infrastructure were destroyed. These are facts, not claims. Israel also targeted vital civilians and economic infrastructure. They are not accidents, they are war crimes. The Israeli regime has once again demonstrated that it is the foremost enemy of truth. It holds the disgraceful record of being the world's leading perpetrator of violence against journalists and media professionals. In response to this barbaric attack and aggression, Iran exercised its inherent right to self-defense in line with Article 51 of Charter. Our response was defensive, targeted, and proportionate. It is solely aimed at deterring and preventing the recurrence of such crimes. Iran will resolutely defend its security and territorial integrity. we focused only on military and economic assets involved in the aggression. Iran does not seek war or escalation, but we will not hesitate to defend our people, our territory, and our sovereignty.
Breaking news coming in right now, viewers. Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz has announced that today the Israel Defense Forces will strike very significant targets in Tehran. A big warning. It's a big signal, and it's an out-and-out statement in public by Israeli Defense Minister, who says that it will hit very, very significant targets in Tehran. Not to forget, him mentioning about the Fordo nuclear facility, saying that it's a matter that will certainly be addressed. Remember, Iran's Fordo fuel enrichment plant has been under massive scrutiny and been for the longest time on the target of the Israelis. And it was, of course, largely, there were a lot of talks about it in connection with the Iran nuclear deal as well. And it is a very well-protected nuclear facility as far as this Fordo nuclear site is concerned. So there will be many targets that will be hit today by the Israeli Defense Forces. That is what Israel Katz, who is the Defense Minister of the State of Israel, has warned. So this is not going down, viewers. This is only escalating. It's only intensifying. The Israeli strikes are only intensifying, and it is not going to stop Tehran's targets. More targets in Tehran will be hit, and that's why you see there is a massive evacuation that is happening from the city of Tehran. It's a warning is issued by Israel that that there could be strike on Iran's Fordo as well. Remember, there have been bunker buster strikes at several nuclear facilities and other targets. Missile launchers also been decimated by the Israel Defense Forces. And now, okay, my colleague Akanksha is joining us live on the broadcast for more. Akanksha, this is an underground nuclear complex as far as Fordo is concerned. That has been very heavily protected. It's very difficult to, in fact, blow it up. But now, given the fact that how the Defense Minister of Israel is saying that they will address the issue of Fordo as well, it in fact signals it could be imminent that they strike that nuclear facility and many such targets in Tehran.
Well, absolutely, Rakshita, as you rightly pointed out, Fordo nuclear site is very well protected. It is in the mountainous area is also what we are learning, but a very specific and strong warning that has come from the Israeli defense minister. He said that, in fact, by tonight, very specific and significant targets in Iran will be targeted. There are 10 nuclear facilities around Tehran, and we are about to destroy these sites. So very clear warning by Israel to Iran just before they are saying that they are going to be launching this attack. And as you also pointed out, he said that the nuclear facility of Fordo is a matter that will certainly be addressed. And in fact, this site is very crucial because this is built inside a mountain and hardened against a bunker. Israel is keeping its eye on the Fordo nuclear site because in the last 5 days they have attacked several nuclear facilities, military bases, be it their top commanders, military commanders are also concerned. They have made precision strikes. Now next they are going to be targeting Fordo nuclear site. They have mentioned 10 nuclear sites are also under their scanner, but a strong warning given to Iran by Israel that tonight they are going to be hitting specific targets. So it remains to be seen what those targets will be, but it appears that it is going to be a very tough night for Iran.
Absolutely, a very secretive and most secretive and heavily protected nuclear facility that is Fordo could be now under the radar. Thank you so much, Akanksha, for joining us with those details coming on that breaking development, viewers. Now, US President Donald Trump has left the Group of Seven, the G7 summit in Canada, just a day early due to this situation in West Asia. French President Emmanuel Macron said that Trump had made an offer for a ceasefire between Israel and Iran. However, Trump has dismissed Macron's claim. Earlier, remember, Trump had urged everyone to immediately evacuate Tehran, reiterating that Iran should have signed a nuclear deal with the United States. He briefly spoke about his experience at the G7 summit also before he left for the United States. Here's more.
US President Donald Trump has left one day early from the G7 summit that is being held in Kananaskis of Canada. Due to the Israel-Iran conflict and the current situation in the Middle East, President Donald Trump headed back to the White House early. Speaking with the press at the G7 summit, Trump shared that he will be heading back after having dinner with the leaders.
Well, I have to be back. Very important. I want to just thank our great host. You did a fantastic show. Thank you, Canada. But you probably see what I see. I have to be back as soon as I can. I'm going to have dinner with these wonderful leaders, and then I get on the plane. I have to be back early.
President Trump reflected on the meeting and said that a lot got done. He said that the other leaders understand that he has to leave early. Trump was seen boarding an airplane at Calgary Airport to head back to the United States.
We're still in a short break, but we continue to track the latest coming in on the aviation sector crisis. Massive crisis hitting Air India. Multiple flights report technical snags and cancellations, and passengers have been left stranded. Also, Goa to Lucknow Indigo flight also faced mid-air turbulence. 10 minutes after the takeoff, pilot regains control, averts a major accident. More on the other side, stay tuned.
Who is accountable for India's air safety loopholes? Why are red flags being ignored by regulators? How safe is your flight? Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IAHM.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
With technical reasons, sir, would like to stay closer to Hong Kong. And yes, you are sorry, say again. With technical reasons, sir, would like to stay closer to Hong Kong. Maybe we will come back and land back into Hong Kong once we sort out the problem. We don't want to continue further. And yes, you are maintain fashion level advance and able for right turn to Hong Kong. Able right turn right now in the 315.
Strikes, evacuations, civilian casualties, no end in sight. Fifth day of missile attacks between Israel and Iran. Global fallout looms as West Asia conflict widens. Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Ini Philo. Wow, we got this cool.
see behind me, this is the result of the latest barrage of rockets fired at our residential communities by Iran. It's continuing the pattern as we're seeing. Each and every one of these scenes are targeting residential communities, civilians.
Welcome back, friends. The situation in the Middle East is building up to something with Donald Trump cancelling his participation in the G7, returning from Canada back to the Situation Room in the White House. What's up? Is America joining forces with Israel militarily? That's our focus. Let's begin with the headlines. Exclusive input on Ahmedabad plane crash probe. Top sources say black box to be examined in India.
2 बार हमारी ये फ्लाइट कैंसिल हुई है और एयर इंडिया कोई जवाब नहीं देते। अब हम लोग अभी अगली बार से एयर इंडिया में आने वाले नहीं हैं।
Embarrassments continue for Air India. Massive crisis now. Multiple flights report technical snags and cancellations. Passengers left stranded. Goa, Lucknow, Indigo flight faces mid-air turbulence 10 minutes after takeoff. Pilot regains control, averts major accident. Israeli military says it killed Iran's wartime chief of staff. Israel-Iran conflict escalates. And Prime Minister Modi in Canada to attend the G7 summit to meet Zelensky on the sidelines, as also Prime Minister Carney of Canada. Another breaking associated with flying in Indian airspace, an Indigo flight flying from Kochi to Delhi was forced to make an emergency landing in Nagpur after the airline received a security alert. The flight, originally operating from Muscat, was diverted as per protocol and landed safely. Something with our skies, it seems. Technical snags and turbulence, and now a security scare. Somebody perhaps suggested that there could be a bomb on the flight. And so, while flying from Kochi to New Delhi, it had to make an emergency landing in Nagpur in Maharashtra on the flight path. We'll have more details in a while from Harsha, our correspondent. But these are the first details coming in. These are pictures, in fact, from Nagpur, where the flight landed, made the emergency landing, and all the passengers were deboarded. We are yet to hear whether they have been put on board another flight or whether the same flight after security checks or the same plane after security checks is going to make its onwards journey to Delhi. But as of now, this is the information we have. Indigo flight Kochi to New Delhi making an emergency landing in Nagpur. We'll have a correspondent live just in a bit on this development, but passengers expressing anger at the airport after being deboarded is what we are getting to hear. But this is obviously for their safety. In fact, the entire security apparatus is in a state of high alert and nobody is taking chances. So whenever there is any technical snag, for example, airlines are preferring to cancel the flight rather than take the risk of flying the aircraft in the aftermath of the AI-171 crash in Ahmedabad. We in fact have Rakshita joining from the newsroom for more on this. Rakshita, what more can you share about this Kochi-Delhi flight which had to make an emergency landing in Nagpur?
Well, there are multiple reports as far as a bomb threat is concerned, but that's on social media. Officially, there's no information as far as the threat is concerned. But yes, as far as the Indigo spokesperson, he says, and I quote, that we confirm receiving a security concern. They only said it's a security concern pertaining to Indigo flight 6E1272 flying from Muscat to Kochi when the aircraft was operating its subsequent sector from Kochi to Delhi as 6E27006 on 17th of June. Now, following the protocol, relevant authorities were informed and the aircraft was diverted to Nagpur. So if there was a threat, of course, there are questions being raised why it was also diverted, but then that's what the procedure they say they had to follow. And the flight safely landed at the Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar International Airport in Nagpur. All the customers were disembarked, fully cooperating with the authorities, and that's what the Indigo spokesperson has told my colleague Harsha, who gets us this information on the breaking news. So yes, the turbulence in our aviation sector just continues, and we just get almost every hour some of the other news about flights being the flight cancellations that are happening, and also flight diversions that are happening. This is the latest we have as far as a security threat. This is a security threat that Indigo is right now talking about. It has not said any more details. It has not given any further detail as to what sort of security threat that is. But yes, this Indigo flight which was coming in from Kochi, from Muscat, had departed, and then it made an emergency landing in Nagpur, and investigation also is currently underway in the matter, Abhishek. That's the limited information we have right now.
Okay, thank you so much, Rakshita, with those details. And we are staying with the aviation story and the kind of crisis every airline is facing. Now it seems the turn of SpiceJet after Air India and Indigo. Angry passengers at the Pune airport confronted SpiceJet staff who were allegedly being given stale food after their flight was delayed. Now from Nagpur to Pune, these pictures coming in from Pune where the staff of the ground staff of SpiceJet is being confronted. Let's listen to them.
ये बिरयानी है क्या है अब आप 2 रुपए वाले पुलाव के भी लायक नहीं है वो पुलाव के भी लायक नहीं है खाओ इसको दही का टेस्ट देखो पहले दही का टेस्ट देखो खा के सब पुलाव है ना पानी की बोतल एक चम्मच में पानी जो काम कर सकता है उसको बुलाओ 6 बजे से लेकर 6 बजे तेरी मर्जी करने से का जहाज तैयार होने वाला नहीं है बेचारे ने नाश्ता भी नहीं किया तो खाने तो चुपचाप यार आप सवाल कर रहे हो यार अभी पुणे में एक बंदा भूखा है बैठ जा भाई भाग मत देख दिमाग खराब मत कर बैठ जा आराम से भैया जहाँ नहीं खाएगा तो हम कुत्ते हैं खाना तू खाएगा खा यही सबके सामने खा तो हमें भी पता चले ना कि हम जानवर हैं या इंसान हैं क्या है ये बिरयानी बताओ सर बिरयानी आप सच्ची बताओ बिरयानी है ये बिरयानी है क्या है अब आप 2 रुपए वाले पुलाव के भी लायक नहीं है वो पुलाव के भी लायक नहीं है खाओ इसको दही का टेस्ट देखो पहले दही का टेस्ट देखो खा के सब पुलाव है ना पानी की बोतल एक चम्मच में पानी जो काम कर सकता है उसको बुलाओ 6 बजे से लेकर 6 बजे तेरी मर्जी करने से का जहाज तैयार होने वाला नहीं है बेचारे ने नाश्ता भी नहीं किया तो खाने तो चुपचाप यार आप सवाल कर रहे हो यार अभी पुणे में एक बंदा भूखा है बैठ जा भाई भाग मत देख दिमाग खराब नहीं खाएगा तो हम कुत्ते हैं खाना तू खाएगा खा यही सबके सामने खा तो हमें भी पता चले ना कि हम जानवर हैं या इंसान हैं क्या है ये बिरयानी बताओ सर बिरयानी आप सच्ची बताओ बिरयानी है ये बिरयानी है क्या है अब आप 2 रुपए वाले पुलाव के भी लायक नहीं है वो पुलाव के भी लायक नहीं है खाओ इसको दही का टेस्ट देखो पहले दही का टेस्ट देखो खा के सब पुलाव है ना पानी की बोतल एक चम्मच में पानी
All right, not exactly the fault of the ground staff, but obviously the passengers are agitated, angry and frustrated at the manner in which the quality of services is going down, even compromising safety, as we are seeing in many instances that have come up with even DGCA notices not getting responded to. Joining us, aviation expert Amit Singh. Welcome, Mr. Singh. And, while that ground staff person was not really responsible for the stale food, but this is, in fact, emblematic of the larger malaise facing the aviation sector in the country, perhaps, that safety is getting compromised, quality is getting compromised. Maybe the airlines are under pressure of their bottom lines. And while our overall aviation space has grown tremendously over the last few years, there has been some cutting of corners.
Well, that's a fact because the whole issue is about the culture, be it service culture or safety culture. Both have gone down tremendously, or rather not match the pace at which aviation is growing in India. So if aviation is growing exponentially, India is the third largest after US and China, and we want everybody to fly, then people have to be educated on the etiquettes of flying. On the other hand, the airlines have to be regulated and the adequate oversight has to be there so that service, safety and quality don't go down. So all these things are not matching. We are not investing in training people or educating the public. So when people travel on the trains or buses or aviation, so there has to be a certain line drawn, right. What is permitted, what is not permitted. So it has to be, people have to be told at the basic level, at the grassroots level, at schools, colleges, everywhere. It has to be on the placards, advertisements that this is not done or these are your rights. So they can demand the rights, but on the other hand, they have to be maintain certain civility.
And perhaps the passengers also need to be in that frame of mind that they have to pay more for better services.
Correct. So these are deeply discounted tickets. So passengers feel that they are entitled to everything, but they need to understand that aviation sector cannot be run, or rather runs on very thin margins. Even a slight rise in the oil barrel prices and the whole profits are wiped out. So the airlines look at the long run, try to save money, whereas trying to give or promising to give maximum services. But on the other hand, the passengers also have to cooperate at some point within certain limits, of course. So there, for example, passengers, their cancellation fees. Till a few years back, the rule in DGCA said that if a ticket is cancelled, the option will be given to the passengers, either take the cash back or take credit. But the airlines by default were saying you take credit because nobody was aware of the rules. So somebody has to educate them.
Yeah.
For that, we need institutions. We don't have institutions.
Yeah.
The airline on the very weak foundation because we can't produce enough quality professionals who can run the airlines. We have to get in people from outside who do not match our culture. So that is a bigger problem.
Right. Obviously, as the sector has grown, the commensurate infrastructure has to come up, maybe sooner than later. Thank you so much, Mr. Singh, for joining us with that perspective. Moving on, in fact, another Air India flight, AI 159 from Ahmedabad to London, had to be called off after reported snags. There are passengers stranded at the Ahmedabad Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel Airport with no clarity. My colleague Gopi Shah brings to you this report.
ये फ्लाइट कैंसिल क्यों हुई? आपने कितनी बार ये फ्लाइट कैंसिल हुई है? आप कब आए, कितने बजे आए? आपका परिवार भी आपके साथ आया है, कुछ बताएंगे?
I booked a flight on 14 June because we want to back in London on 14 June. But on the 13 June, I got an email that you have to cancel this flight because of the atmosphere and weather. So they messaged me, emailed me that you have to reschedule your ticket. And on the, they emailed me that you have to reschedule on 17 June. I got email on 12 p.m. in the morning that your flight is cancelled. 17 June flight cancelled. So my husband is there on the window and he's doing that. We want to do new flight, and they are doing.
तो यही सेम फ्लाइट पहले 2 बार और भी कैंसिल हो चुकी है।
हाँ, 2 बार हमारी ये फ्लाइट कैंसिल हुई है और एयर इंडिया कोई जवाब नहीं देते। हम मैसेज भी करते तो इतना होल्ड होता है, हमको 15-15 मिनट होल्ड रखना पड़ता है और हमको सामने से भी अच्छा कोई रिस्पॉन्स नहीं आता है एयर इंडिया में से। अब हम लोग अभी अगली बार से एयर इंडिया में आने वाले नहीं है।
हम इधर आए तो बता रहे थे कि फ्लाइट है वो डिले हुई है 3 आवर्स, सो हमको 1 PM की जगह 3 PM का टाइम दिया। और अभी जब टाइम बोर्डिंग का आया, अंदर जाने का आया, चेक इन का टाइम आया, तो वो लोग बोल रहे हैं कि अब फ्लाइट कैंसिल हो गई है। सो वो लोग अच्छे से रिफंड का भी आंसर नहीं दे रहे हैं। हम लोग कॉल सेंटर में बात कर रहे हैं, वहाँ भी कोई भी कॉल रिसीव नहीं कर रहा है और वो लोग यही बता रहे हैं कि हम आपको 10-15 दिन में रिफंड कर देंगे।
Did they tell you what is the reason behind the cancellation of this particular air?
Actually, when we reached here, there are 3-4 persons from the Air India Airlines, and the reasons stated by them are different. There are 3 persons who are here to respond, and each and every person is giving a different reply. One is saying that there is some technical issue. The second one is saying that there is a delay in the flight to reach here from Delhi to Ahmedabad. Therefore, today takeoff is not possible, and other reasons are being stated which are not plausible.
Is it building up to United States joining the war between Israel and Iran, and no second guessing which side United States would be? Is it going to attack Iran? Defense and security expert Claude Moniquet talks about the Middle East conflict. He talks about the implications of the war and if this can turn into a full-fledged world war. That is World War III. Or will it remain to be a largely regional conflict? Take a listen.
Hello and welcome. Today we are joined by Mr. Claude Moniquet, senior journalist and defense and security expert. Mr. Moniquet, thank you very much for joining us on Republic TV.
Thank you to have me.
Mr. Moniquet, my first question to you is that Middle East is on a boil. Israel-Iran tensions seems to be flaring up. How do you view the conflict from someone who's sitting in Belgium? A third point, someone as an outsider. How do you view the conflict, sir?
I'm not completely an outsider, actually, because when I was young, I was living in Israel.
Right.
And I know very well this country, of course. I'm working with Israeli. I'm also working with people in the Arab countries in the Middle East. And I analyze this situation since 40 years.
Right,
so
sir.
I'm an outsider in a way, but not completely.
Right.
I think that this new conflict between Israel and Iran is very likely the most important of the 2 last years, because this is the conflict that could completely reshape and change the Middle East. It will clearly undermine and even maybe destroy the Iranian influence, and this will open the way to, I think, a lot of progress in the Middle East.
Okay. I was listening to some of your interviews where you mentioned that this conflict has been something that has been waiting for the past 25 years. And you also mentioned that Iran may face a revolt against the Khomeini government. How could you elaborate a bit on that?
Yes, absolutely. Actually, since the inception of the Iranian Islamic Republic more than 40 years ago, the Iranian leaders said and repeated that they will destroy Israel. Actually, they didn't say Israel. They call it the Zionist entity. They never named the country by its own name. So they said it for 40 years. And when it was clear 25 years ago that they were on the way to try to get the nuclear weapon, Israel was clearly under existential threat. And at this moment, 25 years ago, when I went to Washington or when I went to Tel Aviv, at the time I was an intelligence agent for the French service. 25 years ago, the people I met in Washington and Tel Aviv told me that the war between Israel and Iran was unavoidable and another day will happen. So we had to wait 25 years, but for 25 years, Iran was repeatedly warned by the US, by the United Nations, by Israel itself, by the European countries, just name it, by quite all the countries of the world. They were warned not to develop a military nuclear program. But they did it. They lied to the world, they lied to the international community, to the International Atomic Energy Agency, they lied to everyone in the world, but at the end of the day, no, it's over for this program.
Right. But then even while addressing in his addresses, Netanyahu has particularly mentioned specifically that his war is not against the people of Iran. How do you substantiate that the people of Iran will actually revolt? Do you think this is going to lead towards that? What is your view on that?
It's difficult to say. It's clearly not a war against the Iranian people. In the past, before the Islamic Republic, the relations between Iran and Israel were very good at the time of the Shah. And there was a very big Jewish community in Iran, and a lot of Iranian people had a very friendly view to Israel. And Israel was not an enemy of Iran, and Israel doesn't want to be an enemy of Iran.
Right.
What the Israeli leaders say today is that they hope that this war will completely undermine the Iranian leadership, and at this time maybe there will be a way for the Iranian people to take their own destiny in their hand and to revolt against this power, which just bring them more than 40 years. This terrible regime just bring repression and confusion and a very, very difficult and sad life for Iranian people. So maybe today, or tomorrow or in a few weeks, maybe it could be the moment for the Iranian people to take their own destiny in their hand.
Okay. Now that it has started, how long do you think the conflict will continue, sir? Do you see a timeline? Do you see that it might end? Do you see there could be a ceasefire, an intervention from US? What do you think happening? What may happen?
Oh, it's very, very complicated to assess. I think it will continue for at least a few days, because from a strategic and a military point of view, Israel decided to attack. If they stop the attacks now, it is absolutely unsure that they could attack again in some weeks or some months. Mm-hmm. And the military, the nuclear military program is not completely destroyed. So they have operation to continue, to pursue, to achieve their goal, to weaken the military force of Iran and to destroy the military nuclear program. So it will continue. And then, of course, we will have the military answer of Iran. It could be missiles, as they fire them since Friday night. Mm-hmm. It could be terrorism in the world. It could be the blockade of the Hormuz Straits. We don't know. We don't know exactly what will be the way chosen by Iran in the next hours and days. And this also, of course, will be taken in account to decide the right response the right answer by Israel. It's possible that the US will intervene. It's possible that France will intervene. 2 hours ago, the French foreign minister said that France is ready to protect and defend Israel.
Who is accountable for India's air safety loopholes? Why are red flags being ignored by regulators? How safe is your flight? Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IAHM.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
With technical reasons, sir, would like to stay closer to Hong Kong. With technical reasons, sir, would like to stay closer to Hong Kong. Maybe we will come back and land back into Hong Kong once we sort out the problem. We don't want to continue further.
And the actual maintain passenger level advance and able for right turn to Hong Kong.
Variable right turn right now in 315.
Ini filo. Wow, may batesi ko.
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ गुलें तो जी लग जाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Ini filo. Wow, may batesi ko.
As you can see behind me, this is the result of the latest barrage of rockets fired at our residential communities by Iran. It's continuing the pattern as we're seeing. Each and every one of these scenes are targeting residential communities, civilians in their homes.
אחרי שקיבלנו את ההתראות בלילה, נכנסנו לממ"ד, המתנו, היה את האזעקה, המתנו.
In this context, Israel has the right to defend itself. Iran is the principal source of regional instability, and we've always been very clear Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. We have voiced our strong concerns over Iran's nuclear and ballistic missile program.
Who is accountable for India's air safety loopholes? Why are red flags being ignored by regulators? How safe is your flight? Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching 6 Stories at 6 with me, Tanisha Avasthi. Ladies and gentlemen, there are 2 big stories that are making headlines not just nationally but also globally. And today we will tell you about different angles on these 2 top stories that we will be tracking. Number 1, Air India must be answerable to all those passengers who have lost their loved ones in the crash. Air India must answer on back-to-back technical snags and the failures, the hydraulic failures that their airlines have been facing. And also Air India must be answerable to those passengers who pay a hefty amount to travel via their airlines only to remain stranded. The aviation crisis, ladies and gentlemen, is unending. Just today, there have been at least 5 incidents of technical snags and hydraulic failures of flights being grounded, and we'll get you inside the details of what all snags have been reported. Meanwhile, what has also been reported are back-to-back bomb scare threats on multiple flights, and the latest being that of an Indigo flight that was grounded in Kolkata. We will also take you through the other big story that we are tracking, which is the Iran-Israel conflict, which is unending. There's no respite that is inside. There have been damage, destruction and loss of lives in both Iran and Israel in what is now being seen as a tit-for-tat strike. And with the massive escalation of the conflict, are we on the brink of World War III? How are the world leaders reacting to it? We have the top focus on the agenda-setting stories, the top main stories at 6 p.m. today. Let's get started first up with the top story. Ladies and gentlemen, Air India, known as Maharaja, is completely losing on its name now. This after back-to-back incidents of technical snags, hydraulic failure and a lot more. Let's first take you through the 2 major incidents that have been reported today that left passengers worried, stranded. Now the visual that you see on your screen is from the Ahmedabad airport. Air India today cancelled its Ahmedabad to London airline, that was AI-159. The flight was originally scheduled to depart from London at 10 p.m. on June 16 and arrive in Ahmedabad at 9:20 a.m. on June 17. But it departed at 11:16 p.m. from London on June 16 and arrived in Ahmedabad at 1:24 p.m. on June 17. It was rescheduled to depart from Ahmedabad at 3 p.m. but later it was cancelled. The official statement is what they say. The preliminary probe in the report on today flight cancellation says that the AI-159 Ahmedabad to London was flying with minimum equipment list. As a result, the passengers were stranded and this is their ordeal.
ये फ्लाइट कैंसिल क्यों हुई? आपने कितनी बार ये फ्लाइट कैंसिल हुई है? आप कब आए, कितने बजे आए? आपका परिवार भी आपके साथ आया, कुछ बताएंगे?
I booked a flight on 14 June because we want to back in London on 14 June. But on the 13th June, I got an email that you have to cancel this flight because of the atmosphere and weather. So they messaged me, emailed me that you have to reschedule your ticket. And on the, they emailed me that you have to reschedule on 17 June. I got email on 12 p.m. in the morning that your flight is cancelled. 17 June flight cancelled. So my husband is there on the window, and he's doing that. We want to do new flight, and they are doing.
तो यही सेम फ्लाइट पहले 2 बार और भी कैंसिल हो चुकी है।
हाँ, 2 बार हमारी ये फ्लाइट कैंसिल हुई है और एयर इंडिया कोई जवाब नहीं देते। हम मैसेज भी करते तो इतना होल्ड होता है, हमको 15-15 मिनट होल्ड रखना पड़ता है और हमको सामने से भी अच्छा कोई रिस्पॉन्स नहीं आता एयर इंडिया में से। अब हम लोग अभी अगली बार से एयर इंडिया में आने वाले नहीं है।
हम इधर आए तो बता रहे थे कि फ्लाइट है वो डिले हुई है 3 आवर्स। सो हमको 1 PM की जगह 3 PM का टाइम दिया, और अभी जब टाइम बोर्डिंग का आया, अंदर जाने का आया, चेक इन का टाइम आया, तो वो लोग बोल रहे हैं कि अब फ्लाइट कैंसिल हो गई है। सो वो लोग अच्छे से रिफंड का भी आंसर नहीं दे रहे हैं। हम लोग कॉल सेंटर में बात कर रहे हैं, वहाँ भी कोई भी कॉल रिसीव नहीं कर रहा है, और वो लोग यही बता रहे हैं कि हम आपको 10-15 दिन में रिफंड कर देंगे।
Did they tell you what is the reason behind the cancellation of this particular air?
Actually, when we reached here, there are 3-4 persons from the Air India Airlines, and the reasons stated by them are different. There are 3 persons who are here to respond, and each and every person is giving a different reply. One is saying that there is some technical issue. The second one is saying that there is a delay in the flight to reach here from Delhi to Ahmedabad. Therefore, today takeoff is not possible, and other reasons are being stated which are not plausible.
Now, you heard what the passengers had to say. They were stranded. They were upset about the services that Air India was providing them. This is just one incident. Another Air India flight, this time from San Francisco to Mumbai via Kolkata, suffered a technical snag in one of its engines, forcing passengers to deplane during the scheduled halt. Now, flight AI-180, a Boeing 777-200LR, landed at Kolkata at around 1:25 a.m. and was scheduled to depart for Mumbai at 2 a.m. However, during its scheduled halt, a technical snag was detected in the aircraft's left engine, delaying its onward journey. At around 5:20 a.m., an announcement was made on board asking all passengers to deplane. The aircraft's captain informed the flyers that the step was being taken in the interest of flight safety. Visuals from Kolkata airport showed the aircraft grounded on the tarmac with airline personnel inspecting the faulty engine. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, it was just yesterday when Air India Dreamliner AI-315 flying from Hong Kong to Delhi returned mid-air due to suspected technical issue. The aircraft was a Boeing 787 Dreamliner, the same model that was involved in the recent Air India flight crash 171 near Ahmedabad that killed over more than 200 people. Now, in a separate incident, British Airways flight BA35 bound for Chennai was forced to return to London after a technical fault. Today alone, there have been 5 Air India incidents that have been reported. Let's take a look at what are those 5 incidents that have been reported. We'll take you through the first set of incidents that has been reported. Remember, there are multiple technical snags that have been reported in the Air India flights. This one is from today. It is AI-2493. Now, there was an air scare on Mumbai-Ahmedabad plane, another plane which had an air snag. And this was just one of the incidents. As a result, the passengers were told to deplane. There was inspection, there was checks going on. And all of this was happening after the passengers had already boarded the flight. Another incident that we are going to talk about here is again of Air India, where it was again on June 17, that is today, when there was another air scare at the plane, after which the passengers were left stranded. This is from the Ahmedabad to London flight. Now, there were operational issue delays in the flight. We'll quickly move forward about what was the other delays that were detected. Flight was cancelled over FDTL. Now, there were some certain technical snags that were reported that Air India had told their passengers after they had boarded the plane already. Now, the tech snag on San Francisco to Mumbai via Kolkata flight had also been reported. The same flight was grounded, after which technical snag was reported in the left engine, which we already have told you about. Another snag that was reported was that the technical snag delayed the flight from Kolkata. So a huge long hours of delay, nearly 5 to 6 hours is what left the passengers stranded. Another incident was of AI 915. Again, this is from today, where Delhi to Dubai AI 915 flight was stranded. Flight was cancelled from both Delhi and Dubai, after which we know that there has been no update from the airline so far on what is going on. There was a technical issue in Air India Boeing B787 aircraft. Remember, now there are 787 Boeing aircrafts that have been reporting technical snags back to back, and the question remains on why is there no action being taken from Air India? Why are these specific Boeing aircrafts not grounded yet? Another incident is of AI 143, where Air India's Delhi to Paris flight was cancelled. All of these are international airlines. Remember, passengers pay a hefty amount to get on those flights to reach the destination that they want to leave. At the end of the day, they realize that these flights are going to remain grounded. There was a hydraulic leak, in fact, that was reported in the Boeing 787 aircraft, the same hydraulic failure that was reported on other aircrafts as well. Another incident, now this is from June 16, where Hong Kong to Delhi flight makes a U-turn. So yesterday, there were about 3 incidents that were reported. Today, there are nearly 5 Air India planes that have been grounded on certain technical snags that were reported. So there are multiple snags that have been reported. And with that, we move on to the other stories that we are tracking on the broadcast, where we are being joined by an aviation expert. Amit Singh is joining us on the broadcast. He's an aviation expert to give us more insight on what could be the possible reasons of back-to-back hydraulic failures, back-to-back technical snags. Amit Singh, thank you very much for speaking to Republic. Now, these are the specifications that we just detailed out to our viewers, and most of it has been coming for Air India. It seems that no lessons have been learned after the fatal crash that happened in Ahmedabad. Where do you see this going forward?
Basically, the safety culture which is prevailing in the airline and industry as such, it's not that faults were not happening earlier. It's just that fear has set in now. So before, if the pilot was being forced to take a faulty aircraft or an aircraft with multiple faults so that there is no delay or effect on the schedule, now the pilots perhaps are refusing or getting more jittery because they do not know the consequences and they do not want to meet the consequences, what we have seen in the recent past. So this is the reason why suddenly, all of a sudden, a number of faults suddenly crop up. So this is the culture in the airline. We have seen in the past, while in Indian Airlines, there were a spate of hydraulic failures on the Airbus 320.
Right.
And inquiry revealed that it was the faulty, cheap spare part which was being imported and installed. So that would fail repeatedly. So repeated snags are of serious nature.
Absolutely.
And I'm sure the aircraft which went down also had certain repeated faults. And it is a very serious issue which the regulator must take it up seriously so that there is some kind of assurance, because nobody is giving an assurance to the public, neither the airline nor the regulator, that flying is still safe. It is safe statistically, but somebody has to come out in the open that yes,
Right,
we
sir.
have the system under control.
Right, sir. Amit Singh, I request you to stay with me because what we're going to do right now for our viewers is we're going to report another incident that happened, and this time this is from an Indigo Airlines. Now, in another incident of a similar case, an Indigo flight 6E2706 from Muscat to Delhi via Kochi made an emergency landing at the Nagpur airport after a bomb threat was received. Now, the Kochi International Airport Limited said that the bomb threat was received with regard to the Indigo flight, which arrived here from Muscat and departed for Delhi, prompting them to make an emergency landing at Nagpur airport for undergoing inspection. It said that the threat was received on its official email ID about the Indigo flight, which departed for Delhi with 157 passengers and 6 crew at 9:31 a.m. On the same, I am also being joined by Amit Singh, aviation expert, continues to stay with us. Amit Singh, these are concentrated efforts that we see that have been going on, and it's not something new. There have been cases of hoax bomb threats that have been given to airlines. What do you think would be the possible reasons on why these airlines are receiving bomb threats? What could be the intention? Is it an attempt to create panic among the passengers?
Generally, to destabilize aviation, when something unfortunate has happened, the airline is under stress, the aviation industry is under stress. So this is the easiest thing to mount some more stress to break basically the system. And aviation as such, we have such a big footprint, and everybody is traveling and they are booked for the summer season. So this is the travel season. That is when people want, who are against the interest of the country basically, to bring the system down. So
Next
that is one of the easiest thing to do.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, sir, for speaking to Republic and sharing your views on that. With that, we move forward to the other stories that we're tracking on the broadcast, and this has made headlines globally. Now, Israel and Iran launched a new round of attacks as the conflict between the two heavily armed rivals entered day 5th. Israel said it had killed Ali Shadmani, Iran's new wartime chief of staff and country's most senior military commander. His predecessor was killed in Israel's initial attack, and this happened on Friday. At least 224 people have been killed since Israel began bombing Iran on Friday. Now, Iranian state media reported while Iranian retaliatory strikes have killed at least 24 people in Israel. Let's also take you through the key areas that have been hit in both Iran and Israel. Now remember, there have been loss of lives, there have been destruction as far as the escalation in the conflict is concerned. There seems to be no respite that is in sight, there seems to be no end. The world leaders are raising alarm, and the G7 leaders in fact are also issuing a statement. They have said that they back Israel and that Israel has the right to defend. Let's also take you through the key areas that have been hit by Israel. Now, these are certain key bases that Israel claims it has hit, and this happened in the span of 12th to 16th of June. Number one is Tabriz, where explosion was reported near a nuclear research center. Remember, both of them are nuclear heavy nations. Another strike that was reported was in Tehran, another one which was reported at Natanz, and refueling plane at the airport was also hit. However, it is Iran that claims that no damage has occurred so far after the Israel strike on them. We'll also take you through about the areas that have been hit by Iran. Now, one of the key areas that have been hit is Haifa. And there are several buildings that have been hit. Remember, we got you visuals of destruction that have been seen in Haifa city. Another one is Tel Aviv. It's the major point of flashpoint where there have been certain damages that have been reported. Western Galley also remains one of the areas that Iran claims it has hit. And remember, all of this at a point in time that happened between 12th to 16th of June. So these are the key areas where Iran claims that it has hit. The escalation is only widening. Now, in its latest offensive, Israel has launched targeted airstrikes. What we do know so far is that there are also some Indian students in Iran that are being relocated to safer places within the country. The government has said that in a statement, stressing that other feasible options were also being examined. Now, the development comes as Israel and Iran continue to trade missiles, with neither side showing any sign of backing down. The parents have appealed to the Prime Minister and External Affairs Minister S. J. Shankar to intervene and facilitate the safe return of these Indian students. The majority, remember, of these students stranded in Tehran and several other cities of Iran are pursuing professional courses, mainly MBBS. We spoke to the family of these students who have been stranded. Listen in.
Daughter of the family who's studying in Shiraz University. And she is the one who's still been stuck there, and I'm joined by her father, Nisar.
जी मैम, वो शिराज मेडिकल यूनिवर्सिटी में पढ़ रही है. 2-4 दिन पहले जब ये वार स्टार्ट हो गया बिटवीन इसराइल एंड ईरान, तो वो बहुत डरे हुए थे. तो पहले दिन तो उतने डरे हुए नहीं थे, लेकिन जैसे जैसे वो दिन चढ़ता गया तो वहाँ से भी रॉकेट आ रहे हैं, यहाँ से भी रॉकेट आ रहे हैं. तो वो हॉस्टल में स्टक थे. तो फिर वो क्या करते या हम फ़ोन करते, हम क्या कर सकते थे, फिर यूनिवर्सिटी वालों से कांटेक्ट करें, यूनिवर्सिटी बोलने वाला आप हॉस्टल में रहिए, आप बाहर मत निकले, हम देखते हैं क्या हालात रहेंगे उसी हिसाब से करेंगे। तो रात को ज़्यादा जब वहाँ रॉकेट वगैरह मिसाइल चलने लगे तो वो बहुत डरे हुए, सहमे हुए थे। तो फिर उन्होंने हमारे साथ कांटेक्ट किया, हम क्या कर सकते थे। फिर लकीली हम थैंकफुल है इंडियन एम्बेसी के जो वहाँ ईरान में है, उनने उनके साथ कांटेक्ट किया, उनको अपना व्हाट्सअप नंबर दिया, कांटेक्ट नंबर, बोला आप घबराइए मत, हम कोशिश करेंगे कि हालात कैसे रहेंगे उस हिसाब से हम कोशिश करेंगे कि आपको सेफ जगह इवैक्यूएट करेंगे।
तो अभी तक इवैक्यूएशन हुआ है क्या?
आज मॉर्निंग में मेरी बेटी के साथ बात हुई, इंडियन स्टैंडर्ड टाइम 7 AM, तो वहाँ तेहरान में 5 AM थे, तो उनको उस टाइम इवैक्यूएट कर रहे थे वहाँ से सेफर प्लेस इंडियन एम्बेसी की तरफ से। उनका फुल सपोर्ट उनसे मिला इंडियन एम्बेसी की तरफ से। वो कंटिन्यू इन दोनों उनके साथ टच में थे। वो 3-4 दिन से सोए नहीं, क्योंकि वहाँ उस होस्ट में लड़कियाँ हैं, 80% कश्मीरी है, लेबनानीज, इराकी और भी कई कंट्री की लड़कियां हैं, वहाँ लड़कियों का ही हॉस्टल है वो। तो लेकिन सपोर्ट बहुत ही मिला उनको, यूनिवर्सिटी वालों ने भी सपोर्ट किया, तो एम्बेसी वालों ने उनके
बच्चे जो है वो आपकी बेटी के साथ वहाँ फंसे हुए, कुछ बताया?
वहाँ उसने बताया कि हमारी यूनिवर्सिटी के 200 लड़कियाँ थी। जी जी जी।
Ladies and gentlemen, the Israeli Air Force destroyed more than 20 surface-to-surface missiles last night before they were launched towards the state of Israel by Iran. Now, the Israeli Air Force completed several waves of strike overnight, targeting approximately 100 military targets in central Iran. Now, let's get you the key visuals that are surfacing across Iran and Israel. One of the key videos shows how far the destruction has happened. Remember, there are certain nuclear sites as well that have been hit. There are certain videos that have circulated, and to access and tell us about the damage and destruction that has happened, we are being joined by our reporter Nick, who is joining live from Tel Aviv. Nick, talk to us about what are the kind of destruction that Tel Aviv specifically has gone through since you're reporting from there, and what is the situation so far as the ground is concerned?
Here behind me, you can see one of the targets of the Iranian missiles. Here you can see kids supposed to be. This is one of their bird and kangaroo paintings. And inside of this bus, around 70 children supposed to be, because those buses, 10 of them, are taking each morning the children to the kindergartens and to the schools. But all of them, as you can see, are completely destroyed just from one ballistic missile fired from Iran, and it happened in the morning, exactly at the time when those children supposed to go to schools, to kindergartens. And just because Israel decided to close all the schools, kindergartens, and workplaces, because of the emergency situation, no one was here, but otherwise it could be a huge tragedy. You can see how all of those buses are destroyed. And now I will show you a huge hole that this ballistic missile made inside of the area here. And then you can also see behind how close are the residential buildings, kindergarten, schools. They're all here, close to this hole. You see, this is what happened from one ballistic missile that Iran shot towards Israel. I will now go inside so you'll see how huge the hole. This is the hole from one ballistic missile of Iran. And they were targeting civilians in Israel. They were targeting buses that are taking children to the school, to kindergartens, and residential areas here. There are no military targets here all around. And this is what Iran doing for 5 days. They are striking civilian residential areas all across Israel. Back to you.
Thank you very much for getting us those ground reports. All eyes are now on how the situation is going to pan out, because there seems to be no relief, no respite that have been seen. Moving on, the G7 summit has cracked under the pressure of war. And remember, G7 has also released a statement. They have completely backed Israel. We're keeping a very close watch on that, as Prime Minister Modi will also be attending the G7 summit. And that is all that we could pack in this edition of 6 Stories at 6. We will be back tomorrow with more agenda-setting stories at 6 p.m. Don't go anywhere. Coming up next after the break is Live and Breaking.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Vieni, filo. Wow, voi fate sicuro.
As you can see behind me, this is the result of the latest barrage of rockets fired at our residential communities by Iran. It's continuing the pattern as we're seeing. Each and every one of these scenes are targeting residential communities, civilians in their homes.
אחרי שקיבלנו את ההתראות בלילה, נכנסנו לממ"ד, המתנו, היה את האזעקה, המתנו.
In this context, Israel has the right to defend itself. Iran is the principal source of regional instability, and we've always been very clear. Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. We have voiced our strong concerns over Iran's nuclear and ballistic missile program.
Technical reasons, sir, would like to stay closer to Hong Kong. And yes, you are sorry, say again. Technical reasons, sir, would like to stay closer to Hong Kong. Maybe we will come back and land back into Hong Kong once we sort out the problem. We don't want to continue further. And yes, you are maintain passion level, advance and able for right turn to Hong Kong. Able right turn right now in the 315.
hello and welcome. You're watching Republic TV with me, Akanksha Khajuria. West Asia is on the boil again. In the last 5 days, we have seen war, in fact, starting between these two countries. We'll get you more details on this. But first up, the headlines. Massive crisis hits Air India. Multiple flights report technical snags and cancellation. Passengers have been left stranded. Indigo flight flying from Kochi to the national capital was forced to make an emergency landing in Nagpur after the airline received a security alert. Israeli military says that it has killed Iran's wartime chief of staff. Israel-Iran conflict has escalated. Iran says that it has destroyed Israel's military intelligence center near Tel Aviv. PM Modi is in Canada to attend the G7 summit. He will be meeting Ukrainian President Zelensky on the sidelines of this summit, and we will keep you updated on that. We have a breaking news coming in. The IDF and Israel's border police have launched a fresh counter-attack operation on the northern Samaria. This comes as a part of the efforts to expand gains made during Operation Iron Wall. So you can see these are the visuals of the fresh anti-terror operation that Israel has launched, even as the conflict between the two nations have escalated in the last few days. What we're learning is that Israeli Defense Forces and Israel Border Police have launched a fresh counter-terror operation in the northern Samaria. Well, this comes as a part of the efforts to expand gains made during the Operation Iron Wall. For more on this, let me go across to, in fact, our guest will be joining in some time. Let me go across to our reporter who joins us from Tel Aviv. Nick, tell us about the situation on the ground, and in fact on this breaking update that we are also getting, that IDF and Israeli Border Police have launched a fresh counter-terror operation in northern Samaria. Tell us about this and then the escalation of the war as far as Israel and Iran is concerned.
I can tell you about the escalation of the war with Iran. I'm now standing at the place where one of the ballistic missiles from Iran hit the ground, and you see the massive damage to all of those buses that's supposed to take children to the school. And
absolutely,
okay.
Nick.
You can see here all the damage, and the Israeli Minister of Defense came here shortly ago, and he said that Israel will continue the war against Iran until Iran will stop attack Israel, and maybe Khomeini, the head of Iran, will be the next one, and his fate will be like Saddam Hussein. That's what said the Minister of Defense of Israel. And Israel says to Iran that they need to stop target civilians, like you can see here behind me. All those buses and this kind of targets is not acceptable. And Israel will continue to try to destroy all the nuclear capabilities of Iran, because Israel understands this is an existential threat. Israel cannot afford that Iran will have a nuclear weapons, and they will continue to strike Iran until they will surrender their plans to develop nuclear weapons. Back to you.
Absolutely, Nick. You continue to get us those details. The ground reports from Tel Aviv as the destruction continues. Thank you for all the details. Now, moving on, as Israel and Iran war continues to escalate, what we're learning is that Indian students continue to leave Iran. Students from University of Isfahan are going to Yazd. Meanwhile, 110 Indian students have evacuated to Armenia from Iran, and they will be flying to the national capital tomorrow is what we are learning. This is even as the escalation in the West Asia is on the boil. That entire region has seen attack and counter-attack in the last 5 days. Now, today India has directed all the Indians living there to either move to a safer location and to other part of Iran, or to move to close to the Armenian border, and that is why External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar was in touch with the Armenian counterpart to get the assistance as far as the evacuation is concerned. What we're learning so far that there are as many as 10,000 Indians living in Iran. 6,000 of them are students, and also at least 1,300 to 1,400 Kashmiri students also studying there, and that is why it is very important, given the escalation between Israel and India, it is very important for them to be evacuated. There are two strategies that India has adopted. Firstly, either to move them to a safer location away from where the attacks are happening, or closer to the Armenian border, so that they can be handed over to the Armenian authorities. And in fact, what we're learning is that 110 students have been evacuated close to the border, and they will be flying to the national capital tomorrow. In fact, we are getting you the ordeal of the students who have been evacuated or who are still stuck there. We have, in fact, a reaction coming in from one student. Listen in.
I am Muskan Shabir, citizen of India. Right now, I am fourth year medical student in Urmia University of Medical Sciences, Urmia. Right now, exactly 110 students of India who were in the University of Urmia are being accommodated in the capital of Armenia, that is Yerevan. Accommodation arranged by the Embassy of India is very well promising here. 2-3 days ago, we were in such a terrible situation. We had been witnessing missiles in the sky, explosions nearby, explosions in the night time, which was very distressing. But right now, we are very safe, and all the members of Embassy are treating us like family, not just the citizens of India.
Medical sciences, as you can see, we are traveling. We are in the bus. We are almost 20 people in the bus, and rest in the another bus 30 people are there. So overall, roughly we are 50 people. We started our journey. I would like to thank Indian Embassy. Early morning, they just relocated us. First, we got all collected near our university, and after that, now we are getting relocated towards Yas from Isfahan. This journey is almost taking 5 or 6 hours. As Yas is a really safer place than Isfahan. You can see the outside of these things where we are traveling. But thanks to Indian Embassy that we are not facing any problems here. They are trying to provide every possible facility here. I would request our Indian Embassy that to evacuate us from Iran, as the situation in Iran is not really that stable.
बहुत खुश हूँ कि हमारी एम्बेसी जो है हमें बहुत सपोर्ट किया. बहुत सारे स्टूडेंट्स हैं, बहुत सारे बिजनेस क्लास पीपल हैं, बहुत सारे टूरिस्ट हैं. सबको एक सेफ प्लेस पे ले जा रहे हैं. डेंजरस प्लेस से वो सेफली हमें पहुंचा रहे हैं. उनका कोऑपरेशन के लिए बहुत बहुत थैंक यू उनको.
And meanwhile, Brigade Combat Team and Yahalom unit forces have dismantled an underground Hamas compound beneath the European hospital, which is located in the southern Gaza Strip. Now, this is the same compound where the body of Mohammed Sinwar was found. A targeted operation has been conducted over the past 2 weeks to locate and map out the large-scale underground Hamas infrastructure as well. Here's more on that story.
An underground Hamas compound beneath the European hospital in Gaza has been dismantled by the Golani Brigade Combat Team and Yahalom unit forces. This is the same complex where the body of Mohammed Sinwar was found. The route was dismantled in a complex logistical and engineering operation after the tunnel routes were mapped by the Yahalom unit and additional units. Dozens of trucks and cement mixers were used to seal the tunnel. Approximately 250 cubic meters of concrete was used during the process. The effort was led by the Golani Brigade's Engineering Battalion and with the division's Logistical Support Unit. The operation was carried out with precision and care to avoid damaging the hospital building.
Very short break coming up. On the other side, Prime Minister is in Canada today to attend the G7 summit. He will be meeting with Zelensky on the sidelines of the summit. This and much more on the other side. After this very short break, we'll tell you more.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते, जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
With technical reasons, sir, would like to stay closer to Hong Kong. With technical reasons, sir, would like to stay closer to Hong Kong. Maybe we will come back and land back into Hong Kong once we sort out the problem. We don't want to continue further. And the actual maintain fashion level advance and able for right turn to Hong Kong. Able right turn right now in the 315.
Ini Philo. Wow, we got this cool.
As you can see behind me, this is the result of the latest barrage of rockets fired at our residential communities by Iran. It's continuing the pattern as we're seeing. Each and every one of these scenes are targeting residential communities, civilians in their homes.
אחרי שקיבלנו את ההתראות בלילה, נכנסנו לממ"ד, המתנו, היה את ההזקה, המתנו.
In this context, Israel has the right to defend itself. Iran is the principal source of regional instability, and we've always been very clear. Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. We have voiced our strong concerns over Iran's nuclear and ballistic missile program.
With technical reasons, sir, we'd like to stay closer to Hong Kong.
Welcome back. Now let's focus on G7 summit, which has cracked under the pressure of war. President Donald Trump walked out mid-summit, flying back to Washington, D.C. as tensions with Iran exploded. French President Macron claimed Tehran was ready for talks, but Trump dismissed it, hinting at something far more serious. As fighter jets take to the skies and the allies send mixed signals, the world is watching a summit unravel in real time. Here's more.
The G7 summit, meant to be a gathering of global resolve, was interrupted by a war spiraling out of control in West Asia. In a dramatic turn, US President Donald Trump walked out, abruptly abandoning the summit to focus on the escalating Iran-Israel conflict. Soon after, America wasn't talking, it was moving. Fighter jets, surveillance drones, airlift tankers all scrambled in southern Europe. The message was loud. Washington is preparing for something bigger. While American warplanes took to the skies, the G7 scrambled to salvage diplomacy. The G7 leaders did not mince words. Iran was blamed, Israel was backed, and nuclear red lines were drawn. But here's the bigger picture. Donald Trump, the most powerful president in the world, was forced out of a summit by Tehran's war games. Let's not call it diplomacy. This was geopolitical theater, and Trump blinked first.
Remember, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. We don't have to go too deep into it. They just can't have a nuclear weapon. I want people to be safe. And that's always possible. A thing like that could happen. I just want people to be safe.
Back in Alberta, another diplomatic crack opened wide. French President Emmanuel Macron claimed Iran was ready for a ceasefire, even nuclear negotiations.
Et donc si les États-Unis d'Amérique peuvent obtenir un cessez-le-feu, c'est une très bonne chose. Et la France le soutiendra et nous le souhaitons. Ensuite, je dis, il est absolument essentiel que toutes les frappes de part et d'autre qui se font contre des infrastructures énergétiques, administratives, culturelles et encore plus contre la population civile cessent. Rien ne les justifie, rien. Et elles sont, elles, absolument intolérables. Et ensuite, dès que le cessez-le-feu sera obtenu, et je pense que les annonces qui ont été faites par le président Trump sont tout à fait positives et le rôle que les États-Unis d'Amérique auront à jouer est clé, les Français, à leur côté, les Britanniques et les Allemands sont disponibles pour reprendre des discussions sérieuses. Discussions que nous n'avons jamais cessées.
But Trump wasn't buying it. Within hours, he publicly humiliated Macron, saying he had no idea what the French leader was talking about, hinting that his G7 exit was far more than just diplomacy. Tonight, the G7 regroups under global tension. Ceasefire chaos, nuclear threats, war rhetoric, all on the table. But in the war room, India isn't just present. India is prepared.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Technical reasons, sir, would like to stay closer to Hong Kong. Technical reasons, sir, would like to stay closer to Hong Kong. Maybe we will come back and land back into Hong Kong once we sort out the problem. We don't want to continue further. And the actual Samarkand, maintain passion level, advance and able for right turn to Hong Kong. Able right turn right now in the 315.
Ini Philo. Wow, gue batin siku.
As you can see behind me, this is the result of the latest barrage of rockets fired at our residential communities by Iran. It's continuing the pattern as we're seeing. Each and every one of these scenes are targeting residential communities, civilians in their homes.
אחרי שקיבלנו את ההתראות בלילה, נכנסנו לממ"ד, המתנו, היה את האזעקה, המתנו.
In this context, Israel has the right to defend itself. Iran is the principal source of regional instability, and we've always been very clear. Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. We have voiced our strong concerns over Iran's nuclear and ballistic missile program.
Strikes, evacuations, civilian casualties, no end in sight. Fifth day of missile attacks between Israel and Iran. Global fallout looms as West Asia conflict widens. Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Ini Philo. Wow, we bateu esse cu.
As you can see behind me, this is the result of the latest barrage of rockets fired at our residential communities by Iran. It's continuing the pattern as we're seeing. Each and every one of these scenes are targeting residential communities, civilians in their homes.
אחרי שקיבלנו את ההתראות בלילה, נכנסנו לממ"ד, המתנו, היה את האזעקה, המתנו.
In this context, Israel has the right to defend itself. Iran is the principal source of regional instability, and we've always been very clear. Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. We have voiced our strong concerns over Iran's nuclear and ballistic missile program.
With technical reasons, sir, would like to stay closer to Hong Kong. With technical reasons, sir, would like to stay closer to Hong Kong. Maybe we will come back and land back into Hong Kong once we sort out the problem. We don't want to continue further. And the assurance maintain passenger level, advance and able for right turn to Hong Kong. Able right turn right now in the 315.
Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching the Tuesday edition of This Is Exclusive with me, Shavan Sen. It's no longer a shadow conflict. It's an all-out war between Israel and Iran. But how long can this continue? Will Iran be able to perhaps carry on with the endurance battle? Tonight on This Is Exclusive, we get you both sides. What's really happening in Israel as well as Iran. The only Indian news network to give you a 360-degree view as to what's really happening in West Asia. But up first, let me take you through the headlines we're tracking at this hour. No sign of a ceasefire soon. Israeli Defense Minister Katz announces that the IDF will strike very significant targets in Tehran later today. Republic is the only channel live from Ground Zero in Tel Aviv, rolling coverage and exclusive reports from both the countries.
और एयर इंडिया कोई जवाब नहीं देते। अब हम लोग अभी अगली बार से एयर इंडिया में आने वाले नहीं हैं।
Massive crisis hits Air India. Multiple flights reports technical snags and cancellation. Passengers left stranded. Prime Minister Modi in Canada to attend a G7 summit to meet President Zelensky on the sidelines of the summit. Ladies and gentlemen, in the last 24 hours, the Iran-Israel conflict has escalated sharply, with both nations exchanging direct military strikes in what is being described as the most intense confrontation between the two powers in recent years. Iran has launched a barrage of missiles and drones targeting major Israeli cities, including Tel Aviv as well as the port city of Haifa, causing civilian casualties and extensive damage to military intelligence infrastructure. Now, in a swift and forceful retaliation, Israel conducted targeted airstrikes on Iranian military sites, including a hit on Iran's state broadcaster. What you see on your screens right now, these are the images coming in of the Israeli Defense Forces, which has once again gone on to send its most stern warning now. International responses have been swift and divided. Now, what you see on your screens are how resources in Iran have also been targeted. The United Nations has called for an immediate ceasefire, and the US has also urged for a de-escalation. Former President have also now stepped in. In fact, as far as United States of America is concerned, important to point out here what is happening on the ground. Iran has already retaliated. On your screens, these are latest images of multiple military sites being targeted in Israel. Iran says that if at all United States of America is into diplomacy, then it is time for them to pick up the call with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and call in for a ceasefire. Is there a ceasefire anytime soon? It's unlikely, given the fact that what you see on your screens right now, it's an all-out war that's actually going on. Viewers, Republic TV is providing first-hand coverage of the aftermath of the Iran-Israel conflict. The report that we're going to play out in a short while from now is from Tel Aviv, which captures the immediate impact on residents and cities' infrastructure following Iranian missile strikes, offering a poignant look at the resilience of the people of Israel amidst the chaos. Now, not just in Israel, but also in Iran, there has been large-scale devastation that's taken place. If you go by the numbers that have been put out by the Iranian, it goes into hundreds. As far as Israel is concerned, perhaps it's a little different, but tonight we'll break it down for you. First, take a look at what's happening in Israel.
This is the hole that made just one ballistic missile that was fired from Iran towards a residential area in the center of Israel. Meters from here, there are kindergarten, schools, a lot of buildings with innocent people living there. And you can see the impact. One blast of a ballistic missile destroys anything with the shock wave in a radius of around 500 meters. And Iran continued to bombard Israel with hundreds of those kind of missiles for 5 days. Israel tries to destroy the nuclear capability of Iran because they also can use the nuclear weapons and to strike the same areas, but the impact will be much more bigger. Here behind me you can see the residential area in the center of Israel, and one of the ballistic missiles of Iran targeted this area where there is a schools, kindergartens, many residential buildings, and see what a huge hole just one rocket did. You can see the impact just of one rocket. See how big is that? And there are 10 buses here which were completely destroyed by this rocket. And in those buses, each morning children are taken to the school, and you can see it is completely destroyed. You can see the destruction, and if the children was here now, they probably all would be dead. And this is what Iran is doing. They are targeting those kind of places where residential places are, where there's so many infrastructure, public places, regular people are living here, and you can see the destruction, how many of the buses were destroyed completely. And now some Jewish Orthodox Jews came here to cheer up the people of Israel. They probably want to say to them that God with us, with Israel, this is the promised land, and Israel will prevail. And you can see what a huge damage to all those buses, 10 buses, each of them with about 70 or even more places. And those buses at this hour when the rockets strike, usually taking children to the kindergartens and to the schools. But because Israel declared a military situation, emergency situation, the kindergarten, schools and workplaces are not open, and that's why there were no one here, no children. And this is a miracle that no one was killed from this ballistic attack by Iran. But you can understand what a huge disaster that could be. Nicole Yochin, center of Israel. This bus was one of the targets of the Iranian ballistic missiles. In this bus supposed to be about 70 children, and also there are another 9 buses that are completely destroyed from one Iranian ballistic missile. It happened in the morning when usually those buses take children to kindergartens and to schools all around the city. But just because Israel was now in an emergency situation, the kindergartens, the schools and also the workplaces are closed. That's why nobody was here, and just because of that, it is not a big tragedy that could happen here. Nicole Yochin, the center of Israel. И все, последний раз я выхожу. See a residential area, there are schools, kindergartens, and this is a huge hole here behind me that made just one ballistic missile. And you can see here around how many buses are impacted by just one missile. You can see it is completely destroyed, and just by fortune there was nobody here inside of those buses. But if somebody was inside, no one will survive it for sure. You can see how huge the blast was, and more than 10 buses are completely destroyed. You can go and see here all around the complete destruction. In one bus there could be more than 70 people, and you see it is completely burned. And you can see here there are more of those buses. There are so much of them. This one here completely burned, but also the other ones. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 buses that were destroyed. If there were people inside of them, so the casualties could be massive. And those are the targets of Iranians. They are targeting civilians. You can see those are buses that civilians use them. This is not a military target. It is just civilian buses. And you can see here the impact. For hundreds of meters, you see the impact of those rockets. You can see here everything completely destroyed. And Iran continue to target civilians all across Israel. Nicole Yochin, Central Israel.
Well, that was what happened in Israel. Now let me take you through what's really happening on the ground in Iran. In fact, Ali Akbar Dareni, he's a writer, joining us from Tehran, only Indian network to get you both sides, Israel as well as Iran. Mr. Dareni, thank you very much for joining us from Tehran. I believe you'll have to unmute yourself. I want to begin by asking you about what's the situation like in Iran right now. Given the fact that President Trump has already announced asking people in Tehran to leave the city, an indication that there could be a massive escalation by the end of the day.
Iranians have suffered as a result of the Israeli act of aggression. Israel started an unprovoked war against Iran right in the middle of negotiations between Iran and the United States. And this war has been directly assisted by the United States. Israel, under no circumstances, was able to carry out such an act of aggression without logistical, intelligence, military, and diplomatic support from the United States. Iran did not start a war. It is Israel that started the war. The pictures you showed highlighted that Iran is targeting civilian areas in Israel. Iran is retaliating to Israel, targeting civilian areas and residential buildings in Tehran and other Iranian cities. Look at what Israel has done from the first moment it attacked Iran. They claim that it has everything to do with Iran's nuclear program. That's sheer lies. It has nothing to do with Iran's nuclear program. Israel possesses nuclear weapons. Iran doesn't. Israel is targeting civilian areas. Can you build nuclear weapons with hospitals? Yesterday,
can I then ask you, Mr. Dareni,
it targeted Iran's broadcaster organization. Can you build a nuclear weapon with a media organization? Can you build a nuclear weapon with civilian areas?
They say, I'm not getting into the specifics of that because the Israelis are claiming that it is used by the Iranian military, but that's not the point that I want to, focus on. But what I want to ask you is that what's the end game? Because there were reports that were coming in that Iran essentially wants some sort of a mediation to take place. You've been urging United States of America to make that call to Prime Minister Netanyahu, hoping for a ceasefire. Is that what Iran is looking forward to? Is there a possibility of some sort of a ceasefire in the coming few days?
Iran did not start a war. It didn't want a war.
Is it willing to come? Is it willing?
Expand.
Is Iran willing for a ceasefire agreement?
Who are pushing the United States to enter the war. So Iran has not asked for a ceasefire, although it doesn't want the war to expand. Israel has killed civilians in Iran, started an unprovoked war. If Iran does not impose a heavy cost on Israel, Israel is not going to stop. So Iran's priority is to punish Israel and inflict unbearable pain on Israel so that Israel stops its acts of aggression. At the same time, if that stops, Iran will be open to diplomacy. Iran was in the process of diplomacy. Iran was about to enter a 6th round of negotiations with the United States. It was Israel that derailed the talks, and it was the United States and the Trump administration that allowed Israel to derail the talks and allow Israel to carry out such an act of aggression. And now it is killing diplomacy. I hope the Trump administration is wise enough not to fall in the trap by war-hungry Netanyahu. This is a key issue, but Iran is prepared for all eventualities.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Durrani, for getting us the view from Tehran, the only Indian news network to put across both sides, what's happening in Israel as well as in Iran. In fact, earlier today, I spoke to an Israeli parliamentarian to get you a sense of what's really happening in Israel. In fact, the parliamentarian, when she spoke to me, was at an attack site. This is what she had to tell me. Israeli Member of Parliament Nina Shatta is joining us on this broadcast. Ms. Shatta, let me first begin by asking you, what's the situation like on the ground? I'm given to understand that you visited certain sites that were attacked by the Iranians. What's the current situation like? Because the Iranians are claiming that several of your defense facilities have now been targeted. Is that true?
Thank you, Mr. Sharon Shan, to you, and hello to the audience. I can say that I am now in the site that attacked aggressively by Iran, but Iran regime. Unfortunately, last night it was the 5 days that we are dealing with a very aggressive regime that send missiles through the innocent people and innocent civilians. This is what they are done. In this site, you can see that there is a lot of damage, if you can see. And unfortunately, 4 innocent people died in this site. Some of them elderly, and we are dealing with a big threat from Iran. And I want to tell that the job that Israel down now with Iran and the war that we open against this unfortunately evil regime that tried to threaten by terror, by nuclear bombs. It is not a job and it is not a mission only for Israel. It is to bring a peace for the Middle East, but not the Middle East, also to all the countries that believe in peace and believe in democracy and believe that people need a safetyness.
Ms. Shatta, has Israel been able to achieve its goal? You have to now depend on the United States of America, because if at all you want to cripple Iran's nuclear program, you cannot do so because you do not have the resources at this point in time. You would want US intervention.
As you know, since the war outbreak, we have a lot of achievement from our army. The Air Force Army of Israel is a strong army, and we do our best to damage the plane of Iran to get a nuclear bomb. And we know that it is threat of the safety of the world, not only the safety of Israel. Because of that, we will continue until we achieve our mission. One of them, it is to stop and remove the threat of a nuclear bomb. The second one, as you see the damage of the missiles that Iran sent, you understand that their goal is to hurt and to destroy Israel, and it won't happen. And because of that, we will continue until we achieve our mission.
Now, let me tell you what's the cost of this war. The escalating conflict between Israel and Iran has exacted a significant economic toll on both the nations and the global economy. Israel's military expenditures have surged, with costs associated with missile defense systems, airstrikes escalating into billions. Bank of Israel estimates that the war could cost the country up to $67 billion by 2025, including military outlays and civilian expenses. Now, the financial strain has led to an increased budget deficit and rise in government borrowing costs. Iran, already grappling with economic challenges, faces further strain due to international sanctions and the depreciation of its currency. Now, as the situation continues to develop, the economic ramifications are becoming increasingly evident, affecting markets and economies worldwide. Columnist Terry Newman explains.
As we enter day 5 of this Iran-Israel war, the costs from the Israeli side of executing this war are in the region of about 800 million to $1 billion per day. Now, that number splits approximately 50% on offensive costs, i.e. the costs of Israel sending its aeroplanes, nearly 2,000 kilometers from Israel, all the way across to Iran, and the munitions required in order to take out the various nuclear installations, the ballistic missile installations, and also the targeted assassinations of the military leadership of the Iranian regime and the Revolutionary Guards. That obviously in addition to the local costs of various operatives that have been reported or not been reported to be working on the ground there. In parallel, you also have the costs of defending the home front. So as your viewers are probably aware, Israel operates a multi-layered, multi-tiered air defense system, which includes the most famous Iron Dome, but then you also have the Arrow 1 and the Arrow 2, which go outside of the atmosphere and into space. We have David Sling. We have the American THAAD system. And there's also the laser system, and so that's also, at peak nights when there've been hundreds of surface-to-surface missiles and also ballistic missiles. There've been evenings where it's been $1.5 billion of expenses because of the cost of the interceptions. Just to sort of put in, numbers. The cost of a Iron Dome missile is in the region of about $50,000 a missile. The cost of an Arrow 1 is in the region of about $3 to $4 million a missile, and the cost of an Arrow 3 is around $5 to $6 million in order to take those down. So that obviously explains why the laser, which is costs $1 or so, is such an important addition to the defensive arsenal of countries that want to protect themselves from incoming rockets and missiles. Obviously, those costs are the direct costs of both offense and defense. In addition to that, you have the costs of repairing the buildings that have fallen and lost GDP. So that's an overall picture. I hope that's useful.
Well, in fact, what's the impact on India? In fact, government sources already indicating that the crude oil stocks are enough and it does not have any direct impact. In fact, I'm just going to quickly take you through the details that we've just got from our sources in terms of how exactly is the government responding to this entire thing. Point number 1, we have been given to understand global crude supply. There is currently an oversupply of crude oil globally with no risk of shortage. OPEC plus production, the group is producing 120 million barrels per day. Through production has been slightly reduced by 5 million barrels, bringing the current levels to approximately 97 million. And rising supplies from the Western Hemisphere, countries like Guyana, Brazil and US have emerged as major oil suppliers. So there is no direct impact. In fact, Strait of Hormuz's dependency of India's 5.6 million barrels per day oil consumption, only 1.5 to 2 million barrels comes through the Strait of Hormuz. So there is no disruption in it. Well, that's all that we could pack in this edition of This Is Exclusive. Coming up, trending with my colleague Rakshita.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा जीरा सिप।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH।
With technical reasons, sir, would like to stay closer to Hong Kong. With technical reasons, sir, would like to stay closer to Hong Kong. Maybe we will come back and land back into Hong Kong once we sort out the problem. We don't want to continue further.
And yes, you are maintain passenger level, advance and able for right turn to Hong Kong.
Able right turn right now in the 315.
Ini Philo. Wow, bebatnya siku.
As you can see behind me, this is the result of the latest barrage of rockets fired at our residential communities by Iran. It's continuing the pattern as we're seeing. Each and every one of these scenes are targeting residential communities, civilians in their homes.
אחרי שקיבלנו את ההתראות בלילה, נכנסנו לממ"ד, המתנו, היה את האזעקה, המתנו.
From your smart screens to your smart television, the trending stories are breaking the internet. Civil aviation safety has become a major cause of concern after back-to-back technical snags. Meanwhile, tensions in West Asia have seen an unprecedented escalation as the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has issued an unmissable warning. Not just that, in a major embarrassment for Asim Munir, he was seen being heckled by the Pakistanis in the United States. We'll get you all this and much more in this Power Pack Bulletin. I'm Rakshita Mishra and this is what is trending today. It's been another day and another series of aviation incidents. Earlier today, flight AI-180, a long-haul Boeing 777 from San Francisco to Mumbai, made a scheduled stop in Kolkata. Now, a technical fault was detected in the left engine just after landing. For hours, passengers sat on board. At 5:20 a.m., they were finally asked to deplane. The captain cited safety concerns. Engineers were seen inspecting the aircraft on the tarmac, a now familiar scene. And viewers, this is not just an isolated incident. In fact, it's part of a string of troubling disruptions. Flight AI-2493 from Mumbai to Ahmedabad cancelled. The reason? Operational delays led to the crew to exceed their legal duty limits as defined by the FDTL regulations. The same AI-180 flight. A transcontinental journey halted midway, engine trouble again. Question that lingers is, was the aircraft airworthy to begin with? Meanwhile, viewers, the turbulence in the skies continues, and so does the uncertainty on the ground. From short-haul domestic to high-profile international routes, failures seem to follow the Air India logo across skies and runways. And these are just incidents from the last few days. And despite this, a templated response is all that follows from the airliners. And meanwhile, in another incident, this time surrounding SpiceJet, the angry passengers at the Pune airport confronted the SpiceJet staff over allegedly being given stale food after their flight was delayed. Watch this video that's going viral.
तो हम कुत्ते हैं, खाना तू खाएगा, खा, यही सबके सामने खा, तो हमें भी पता चले ना कि हम जानवर हैं या इंसान हैं। क्या है ये? बिरयानी? बताओ सर, बिरयानी। आप सच्ची बताओ, भी बिरयानी है? ये बिरयानी है? क्या है? आप 2 रुपए वाले पुलाव के भी लायक नहीं है, वो पुलाव के भी लायक नहीं है। इसको दही का टेस्ट देखो, पहले दही का टेस्ट देखो खा के। सब पुलाव है ना पानी की बोतल
जो काम कर सकता है उसको बुलाओ। 6 बजे लेकर तेरी मर्जी करने से का जहाज तैयार होने वाला नहीं है। बेचारे ने नाश्ता भी नहीं किया, खाना खाने तो चुपचाप। क्या बात कमाल कर रहे हो यार। अभी पुणे में एक बंदा भूखा है, बैठ जा भाई, भाग मत। देख दिमाग खराब मत कर, बैठ जा आराम से। भैया जाना नहीं खाएगा तो हम कुत्ते हैं। ये खाना तू खाएगा, खा यही सबके सामने खा, तो हमें भी पता चले ना कि हम जानवर हैं या इंसान हैं। क्या है ये? बिरयानी? बताओ सर, बिरयानी। आप सच्ची बताओ, बिरयानी है ये? बिरयानी है? क्या है? हमें 2 रुपए वाले पुलाव के भी लायक नहीं है, वो पुलाव के भी लायक नहीं है। इसको दही का टेस्ट देखो, पहले दही का टेस्ट देखो खा के। सब पुलाव है ना पानी की बोतल एक चम्मच में पानी जो काम कर सकता है उसको बुलाओ। 6 बजे लेकर तेरी मर्जी करने से का जहाज तैयार होने वाला नहीं है। बेचारे ने नाश्ता भी नहीं किया, खाना खाने तो चुपचाप। क्या बात कमाल कर रहे हो यार। अभी पुणे में एक बंदा भूखा है, बैठ जा भाई, भाग मत।
All right, I'm being joined by Captain Surjit Panesar, former Director of Flight Safety and Training, Indian Airlines. And thanks so much, Captain Panesar, for joining us. Sir, it's become a trend now. All of a sudden, we see that one after the other, there are technical snags. And of course, issues like not there being no ACs in flights, stale food, seat belt issues have been recurring. They have been persistent. Captain Panesar, can you hear me? We'll try and connect, just fix that audio. Can you hear me, sir, Captain Panesar? All right, I will just try and fix that audio issue, viewers, because we see that one after the other, these are complaints that are coming in, and the flyers are furious. The flyers are angry. The flyers have had enough. And they are on the edge whenever they take a flight. We've seen that how many people have been protesting against stale food, even during one of the flights recently that was that had to, the passengers had to be deboarded because of some technical issue. Their whole schedule goes for a toss. Their money also, they suffer. It's at the end of the day, it's the flyers who are suffering, and this is becoming a persistent problem. And of course, after the Air India tragedy, this becomes even more important to address each and every issue. And the passengers are just left stranded. And these woes, these problems for them are unending. Their safety, more than anything, this safety is something that everyone would say that should be ensured by these airlines. But what is really happening? We was in the latest, what we have is that the DGCA has also sought a report from Air India, also the engineering head of Air India as well. So the DGCA has sought response on the pilot's training as well. So you can understand how the airlines is under lens now after the tragedy that happened in Gujarat, and also these multiple snags, the emergency landings, the U-turns that are being reported. All right, Captain, I think Captain Surjit Panesar is back with us. He's former Director of Flight Safety and Training in the Indian Airlines. Thank you so much, Captain Panesar. Well, it's becoming a recurring and persistent issue. And after the tragedy, we see that, every snag is now looked at with more suspicion. The fact that DGCA is now seeking report on the pilot's training as well, speaks volumes of what has been happening. You feel that there needs to be in-depth investigation and overhaul, because these are recurring issues, and it's high time that these issues end once and for all. Captain Sabharwal. Captain Surjit Panesar, I think there's a problem with the connection, but we shift our focus to now the other stories on trending that we're bringing to you today is the story from West Asia. Israel's airstrike hit Iranian state news channel yesterday. The footage extremely dramatic, going viral. News anchor who was busy lambasting the state of Israel was interrupted by a deafening blast, sending her scrambling for cover. The studio descended into chaos with debris and dust filling the air. This dramatic escalation between Israel and Iran was the world watching closely. Take a look.
معاونت سیاسی صدا و سیمای جمهوری اسلامی ایران هدف حمله متجاوز قرار گرفت. الله اکبر، الله اکبر، الله اکبر. مردم شریف ایران آگاه باشید. آنچه که دیدید، صدایی که شنیدید، صدای متجاوز به خاک وطن، صدای متجاوز به صدای حق و حقیقت است. آنچه که ملاحظه کردید، صدایی که شنیدید، فضای غبارآلود استودیو.
There you have the dramatic visual. Now, global evacuation efforts are underway as tensions between Israel and Iran continue to escalate. The US and India have advised their citizens to leave Tehran immediately due to the safety concerns. Indian embassy is actively coordinating evacuation plans and has asked nationals in Iran to register their locations. On your screens is the visual of huge traffic queues as people flee the Iranian capital. You can see that people are running for cover because you see that in Iran they don't really have bunkers. They have to just flee from their homes. And Iran has also reportedly attacked the Israeli military intelligence logistics center near Tel Aviv. That's what at least Iran is claiming. There's no confirmation from Israel yet on that. Meanwhile, Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz has announced that tonight, the IDF will strike very significant targets in Tehran. It's a significant warning, and he's also cautioned Iran's leader Ayatollah Khamenei might meet a fate like Saddam Hussein's. And don't forget that they also said that another nuclear facility might also be on target. At least they will address the issue. That's what he said. And Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu did not rule out plans to assassinate Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, saying it would end the conflict between the two arch foes. So the war between Iran and Israel is only escalating, and West Asia continues to be on the edge, and Republic TV continues to get you more updates on that, viewers. Meanwhile, we will take a quick look at all the trends that are running hot on social media and breaking the internet today.